morning. The Board of Appeal for Tuesday, March 26th is now in session. Just a reminder, please make sure your cell phones are off, and if you have any conversations, please take them outside of the room. I guess my bow tie is falling apart here. But in conformance with the open meeting law, I'm informing you that this meeting is being live streamed. I see many new faces here today, but just a reminder that if you're here to speak either in support or in opposition to a project, put your name and address on the record and use that opportunity to give us new information. If somebody has already stated your concern, please put your name and address on the record. So today is a special day. As you notice, we're all in bow tie mode. Today is Anthony Pisani's last day as an official board member. Retiring after 22 years of serving us and serving the city of Boston. I think it's hard to say how much we will miss him, because he comes here and he says, well, the plans are adequate, or they're wonderful, or they're very good. You know, but it doesn't really speak to how much time he spent behind the scenes in preparation for the board meeting. He looks at every plan, all the plans prior to the board meeting, makes notes, figures out what's missing so that when we are here at the board, the meeting goes on much more smoothly and much more efficiently than it would otherwise. So we will miss him. In the meantime, Mark Ehrlich will carry the baton for a little while until we have another member from the architectural, from the BSA on board. Okay, Mark Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the comments of this sitting board member. Thank you, Mr. Pisani, for your years of service to the city of Boston, obviously, but also as a city resident as well. In Jamaica Plain will be happy. They'll see you more often than not. So, thank you, Mr. Pisani. I'm going to call the first order of business, the approval of the hearing minutes of March 12, 2019, and February 26th of 2019. I need a motion.
Motion to accept the minutes.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the first order of extension, calling BOA 642-727, 28 to 34 Langdon Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, Business Address of 51 Opposite Road, Braintree, Mass. I'm here today seeking a one-year extension of the board's decision for 2834 Langdon Street.
What's the reason for the need for the extension?
Mr. Chairman, there was a change in lenders, and so there was a financial issue, but now it's been rectified.
Okay, is this the first request for an extension? Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion for one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 630-296, 415 to 425A LaGrange Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick
Just say
Zazula.
bow tie.
You know what? I apologize, Mr. Pisani. I got a big face, so it wouldn't look good with my, I also don't, shame on me, I don't know how to tie a bow tie, so I didn't want to.
These are clip-ons, Counselor.
I didn't get one of those.
Do you know how to clip them on?
Neither do we.
You know, I don't do good with power tools, so you know, I don't want to hurt myself with the clip-on either, Mr. Galvin. Nick Zazula, excuse me, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, looking for a one-year extension. This is an Article 80 small project review project approved in December of 2016. There was an abutter appeal that was filed that was dismissed and settled in May of 2017. That caused significant delay in the post-zoning approval, Article 80 permitting process. So we need a little bit more time to finalize Article 80 small project review, a little bit more time to finalize design review with the BPDA, and we have final affordable housing agreement and community benefits agreement in with the city as well for signatures. So we just need a little bit more time to finalize those issues. I'd like to ask for a year just so we don't have to come
Make a motion
back.
for a one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Calling the next case for extension, calling BOA 566-677, 296 North Beacon Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, my name is Chris Plant, I'm appearing for Clear Channel Outdoor, 89 Maple Street, Stoneham, Massachusetts. This is a request for a one-year extension. It's a conversion of a static billboard to an electronic billboard located on North Beacon Street in Brighton. The reason for the delay was there was some confusion as to whether or not a license agreement was required with the BPDA. That issue went back and forth, and ultimately it was resolved that there had to be a license agreement. That agreement has been executed just this month, and nothing can happen until that was executed. So we are otherwise set to go. We would ask for a one-year extension.
Make a motion for a one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 524-297, 85 Linden Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Chairman, all the members. My name is Jackson Solmiak. Address is 169 Naples Road. I'm actually the homeowner. I'm asking for a one-year extension on the project. The request is due to a neighbor's appeal on the project. We did not get the service until this January of 2017, even though the appeal took place in 2016. I'm asking for a one-year extension so that we can go through the legal process of the neighbor's complaint.
And how much time do you think you're going to need?
Probably a
I know
year.
you're requesting 1 year, but realistically.
We just started the process. We have some hearings coming up with the Superior Court that'll last into June. The last time the neighbor appealed the project in the neighborhood, it took roughly a year because they kept on appealing the decision. So we're thinking most likely a year, to be honest.
I'll make a motion for a one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 687-529, 254 Everett Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Attorney Laureen Scatino, 245 Sumner Street, Suite 110, East Boston, from Attorney Richard Linz's office. I'm here seeking a one-year extension. The applicant is well underway in hopefully obtaining building permits soon, but we would need one more year to finish that process.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion for a one-year extension.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, you're all set.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 687-533, 51 Breed Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Laureen Scatino, 245 Sumner Street, Suite 110, East Boston, from Richard Linz's office. We're also seeking a one-year extension on 51 Breed Street. The applicant is in the process of securing the building permits, but needs a little bit more time.
Make a motion for a one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Calling the last case for extension, calling BOA 629-257, 13 to 15 Dudley Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Kristen Kai Grant, 13-15 Dudley Street.
And you're looking for an extension?
Yes, we are looking for a one-year extension.
What, can you explain the reason?
Yes, we've been working closely with the Office of Resilience and also the Chief of Economic Development on stabilizing our business model. And so we're looking to see if we can get an extension while we continue working diligently on our plans.
I'll make a motion for a one-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. you're all
Thank
set.
you.
Okay.
Calling the next cases for board final arbiter, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Calling the first case for board final arbiter, BOA 652-699, 20 Fuller Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Charlie Tevden, 15 Broad Street, Boston. And Mr. Pisani, congratulations and thank you for your many years of service to the city of Boston. I am here with the builder-developer James O'Sullivan in requesting a minor amendment to the already approved plan. There is a letter that I have submitted to the board.
With the bow tie?
Yes, with the bow tie.
That'll improve your chances, obviously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if the board could turn to page 3. This is the as-built parking plan, and page 4 is the original parking plan that was approved by the Board of Appeal. The request is to permit additional parking along the driveway, which is an 8-foot wide parking space rather than 8.5 feet. The remaining parking spaces shown as numbers 2 through 6 are 34 feet in length and 8 feet 3 inches wide. And the number one pressure on the neighborhood is parking. There are several other developments nearby. This is right near Ashmont Station in Dorchester that have increased parking pressures on the neighborhood rather. And Mr. O'Sullivan has the support of his immediate abutters. I believe that the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services are in support, and it's a minor change to what was already approved to the, by the board.
In the original approval, how many spaces were there?
There were 6. There were 6 spaces on, and that's on the plan on page 4. That's captioned the original parking plan.
Okay. So what was removed in order to provide the extra space? I see on page 4, was it the wraparound deck?
There was nothing removed from the building. The spaces, instead of being perpendicular to the rear lot line, are now parallel to the rear lot line.
No, but I'm looking at page 4, and there's something without a complete set of plans. Was something shown in that area? Walkway. Is that part of the building, or is that?
Oh, that was a walkway.
A walkway?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Okay. Mr. Pisani, would you consider this a appropriate a matter for a final arbiter?
Yes. It is actually a very clever scheme that by reworking the parking, we're able to get the additional space in there by turning it, instead of being perpendicular to the lot line, perpendicular to the side. So, yeah, I would recommend that it be approved.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You're all set.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pisani.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 664-763, 8 Clifford Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. Joseph Feaster from the law firm of McKenzie & Associates, 183 State Street, Boston. To my left is my colleague, Timothy Frazier, who is going to be handed the baton when I retire, like Mr. Pisani. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would like to just extend my congratulations to Mr. Pisani. We came on this board together back in 1994, and he has served with distinction. I'm sorry to see him joining me in retirement from this board, but nonetheless, he has had a distinguished career here, and I just want to extend my congratulations to him. The matter that I have on with you today for board final arbiter is simply a matter which had come before this board and was approved by this board back in July of 2017 for a project by my client, Cruz Development Corporation, to construct in 2 phases. One first phase was to construct a building with 51 spaces and 51 units with 74 parking spaces, and it was the height of the stories of the building was 5 stories. In design review with the Boston Planning and Development Agency, some of those characteristics were changed such that the number of units was increased from 51 to 55. The stories were decreased from 5 to 4 stories, the height of the building, and the parking was reduced to from 74 to 72. This board felt that as a result of that, it was necessary to go back to the community. And as a result of that, we filed, again, there were the violations. There was a community meeting that was held with the community, with the abutters on regarding this. So the only changes that are made to this, to what the board approved back in July of 2017, were the increase in the number of units, the decreasing of the stories on the building that's being planned in Phase 1, and the parking.
Okay. Do you have drawings that show the amount of changes?
I believe Mr. Pisani has those drawings there and quite voluminous, but all of, yes, they are there, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Pisani, if you have a chance to review.
I have, drawings are adequate.
And is this an appropriate consideration for a final arbiter?
It's a toss-up, okay? And the reason I say that is that board final arbiter is never meant to exclude the community from anything. And we've always tried to be very careful that that did not happen. In this case, Counselor, did you have a full community meeting that
Yes.
demonstrates that there was an increase in the number of units?
Yes, that meeting was held on March 14th. Ms. Pisani, this was held by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services in the community, and that was a concern I know that Chairman Araggio had, and that's the reason why we didn't just come to board final arbiter without having the steps. So we went through the full process. This is a board final arbiter hybrid, simply because what happened was we had to re-advertise that, have the community meeting, and then come back before this board.
So it was fully re-advertised?
Yes.
And it was,
Okay. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to grant the relief requested.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, next two cases, calling BOA 764-051, 7 Jerusalem Place. There is a companion case, BOA 764-049, 5 Jerusalem Place. Name and address for the record, please.
Craig Butner, 59 Webster Street, East Boston.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. This project came to the board November 28th, 2017. It was, it came in under 3 different properties, so it was 5, 7, and 9 Jerusalem Place. We, it was granted relief. Let me grab one of these. As you can see from the cover letter, so it was granted relief at that time. We completed BPTA design approval, but then upon me following up with the plans examiner again and going through the building code provisions, we also got in a dialogue with the Boston Fire Department, and they were not comfortable with just the density of the project. So we've redesigned the project. We have eliminated one of the buildings completely. So we're now down to 2 buildings. They are still 2-family residences. We've also reduced the height of the buildings from 6 stories to 5 stories. And in so redesigning, we eliminated a couple of the articles that we had previously been in violation with, and that's on the cover page.
So on the 3 addresses, how many units were there originally?
Total, it was 3 2-family buildings.
So
6 units. So now we're down to 4 units.
So 6 to 4,
Yep.
and what's the change in bedroom count?
In bedroom count, we've gone from, let me think, we had a
Aggregate.
2 and a 3, we had a 5, and now we're down. We're 5 to 4?
14 to 8, right?
Total.
14 to
Yeah.
8. So which violations, what were the items that you were in violation of before that you no longer are?
So, we were in, so we eliminated the floor area ratio with 2 of the previous projects, we were slightly over the 3.0. And now we're well, with the 2 remaining buildings, we're well below, we're even below 2.5. And then one of the other was the usable open space. So by eliminating one of the buildings and then separating them, we've created additional usable space, open space.
So, and what are the remaining violations?
It's just building, or the remaining ones were off-street parking design. And we were providing 2 parking spots per building.
And the requirement is?
Well, I believe that was it. But it was more of a dimensional thing because the buildings they're narrow.
Okay. Mr. Gilman?
Does the fire department, are they in favor of this plan?
We're still going through that process. So we've sat down with them once initially, and then reviewed it, and went also provided all the information about where all the hydrants are. We're adding a hydrant on the street. It's a fully sprinkler building. To answer your question, we're not done with that process, but this is where we are at this point.
Would it have made more sense to come here after that process was complete?
Yeah, I mean, the changes we made were upon their advice. So between the plans examiner and they basically never made a full determination. They, obviously appreciated our.
So they told you that they didn't want to build the 6 units, correct?
Well,
And they had some concern with the 6 units, right?
Yep.
So you're coming to us without their approval. They stopped you or asked you, requested you to do something different.
Right. Which
you don't have a sign off from them saying that 4 is okay, right? Are there fire escapes in the area where you're trying to build?
Part of the problem was that we were up against the properties on Cooper Street. We were only 4 stories high, and we were 6 stories, and we would block their window doors where the fire escape balconies were. By the redesign, on their guidance, they said you should open it up so that there's airflow there and you can get access to it.
Could you put your name and address on the record? I don't think you did that earlier.
Christopher Young, 3 Battery Wharf, Boston, on the property owner.
Thank you.
Ms. Pizzani, do you have the plans to show the changes?
Yes, we do. Drawings are adequate. And this is a reduction in scope rather than an increase in scope.
Yeah, I mean, given that it's a reduction, I think ordinarily this would not be an issue for us, but it seems like it might have been more appropriate to come after you got the sign-off from the fire department.
Would you be served with a deferral to meet with them and let them sign off on this?
Sure.
Okay. I motion for a deferral.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so do you have a date, Mr. Fortune?
Oh, we can get them on the next meeting. Can you get that?
They won't be able to get that.
Can you get how quickly can you get the fire department to
Meet with them right away. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the fact that it's a reduction makes it sort of a no-brainer for us, but
I understand.
in the absence of that, it would be helpful.
April 30th is the next date, so April 30th would be your deferral date.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to call the 9:30s. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Address, Counsel?
Morning, 1 Maple Street. Frank Feeney.
Hold on a second, sir. They're calling it for the record, calling BOA 923-818, 1 Maple Street. This companion case, BOA 923-819, 1 Maple Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Frank Feeney, 25 Grand Street, Hill Park, Braintree, Massachusetts, 0184. Requesting deferral.
What's the reason?
I've just been retained. We'd like to take another look at the plans, perhaps, and maybe make some amendments to them.
Okay, how long you
Just so everybody's aware, or anybody's going to go through a deferral here today, we are into July. So if you get a deferral, you're more than likely not going to see a date until July.
Well, does that work?
Available.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're up.
So July 9th.
Thank you.
Address, please.
37 to 39 Royal Street.
For the record, calling BOA 904-399, 37 to 39 Royal Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Johanna Schneider, 75 State Street. We're seeking a deferral to be able to continue to work with the community on the scope and design of the project.
Have you not met with the community yet?
We have, but we still have some work to do.
Okay, you think one more meeting will take care of it?
We're hopeful, but a July deferral date would suit us fine.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
You have a date of July 9th as well.
Thank you.
Address, please.
245 Norwell Street.
There are companion cases as well. They're all together?
Yes, I think there's 4 cases altogether.
Okay. For the record, calling BOA 922-904, 239 Norwell Street, BOA 922-907, 241 Norwell Street, BOA 922-908, 243 Norwell Street, and BOA 922-911, 245 Norwell Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Travis Lee, 60 Ocean Street.
What's your reason for requesting a deferral?
So I've worked with the community very closely for a year and have had great support. In the last month and a half, some new folks from the community have been coming to meetings and have asked for some more time. So we're hoping to have at least one more meeting in the month of April before we come back.
Which neighborhood association is this?
The West of Washington Coalition.
All right, you've heard that the deferral date's in July. Can you get it done by then? Okay.
I'll make a motion for a deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Now, hang on, you get a date from Mr. Fortune.
Yep, July 9th at 11:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Now I'm going to go back to the G card, calling BOA 925-854, 5 Worcester Square. This is an interior and exterior renovation, converting a single-family dwelling to a 3-family dwelling, reconfigure rooms, and accommodate a new layout. Violations Article 32, Section 9. This is in the G card, Groundwater Conservation Overlay District. Address for the record, please.
Nora Shaw, Next Phase Studios, 344 Boylston Street in Boston.
Could you describe your project and the needs for a G card?
Yeah, so we are just doing, as he described, an interior renovation project, changing the single family to a 3-family.
Excuse me, can you speak up a little? Acoustics in this room are terrible.
Sorry. We're doing an interior renovation project, changing a single family to a 3-family, updating kitchens, baths. No changes to the exterior, but we're also installing sprinklers. We received the letter of refusal requesting more information, so we submitted Boston Water and Sewer plans and a letter showing a new dry well that's going to be installed outside that covers the required amount of runoff from the roof. And that was submitted to you previously, I believe.
Okay. Christian?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we do have the BWSC approval letter.
Okay.
And on behalf of myself and the Board of Trustees of the Groundwater Trust, I'd like to say a heartfelt grazie paisano to Mr. Pisani. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we also have the letter from Boston Water and Sewer.
All right. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Calling the first case for 9:30, calling BOA 916-151, 14 Snow Street. This is proposed to erect a 2-family on a vacant lot. The violations, Article 51, Section 9. The additional lot area is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9. The front yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9. The side yard is insufficient. And Article 51, Section 9. The rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Don Carroll, 39 Falcon Peak Rising for the applicant.
Okay, before we get into the substance of the, I would like to join the litany of regards for Mr. Pisani. He has been I think, a role model for all of us on this board, and has certainly been a mentor to me, and we thank him for his service and wish him well. Thank you. Okay, you want to describe your project, please?
The proposal has been a 2-family dwelling on a vacant lot. The zone 2-family, 5,000 square feet A.
Was the lot always vacant, or was?
Yes.
Okay.
Vacant. It's a 2-family, 5,000 square foot loading area. It requires additional footage for a second unit. We have about 300 square feet for a second unit, but it requires 1,500. So it requires 6,500 square feet, and we have about 5,300 square feet.
So 5,300 square feet is the size of the lot?
Yes.
Okay. And what are the violations that you have? Is that the only violation?
Violations, front yard insufficient. Requires 20, we're going about 10.9 because of mold. Side yard is insufficient. One side yard is 7 foot and requires 10. That puts up to the rear yard of the house perpendicular to it, so there's 40 feet between the two properties.
You said on the front yard that's modal?
That's modal.
Okay.
So we have front yard insufficient, side yard insufficient, and rear yard insufficient. Rear yard is required 40, we have 32. 32.
Okay. Then that's the extent of the violations?
Yes.
How are the drawings, Mr. Zani?
The drawings are adequate. They also show parking in the rear.
Parking in the rear.
How many spaces?
Two spaces.
We've actually remeasured, and we have a revised plan showing 3 spaces.
Can you show the revised plan to Mr. Pisani, please?
The only change.
It's critical for us that we have the plans, the most recent version of the plans.
The revised plan does show 3 spaces.
And do they work?
They do.
Okay. Is there anyone here to testify on behalf of the applicant?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. We had an abutters meeting February 19th. They received full support from the neighbors that attended. They also went on to the Brighton Allston Improvement Association on March 7th. Also received unanimous support. The applicant has extensive roots in the Bug Village neighborhood of Brighton, and we're looking forward to another unoccupied home. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Pisani. I met him since I started working here in 2013, and I wish him well in his happy retirement. On behalf of Councilor Siomo, we'll also go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Approval, BPDA design.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you. And again, I'd also like to thank Mr. Pisani for his service. Many times.
Thank you.
Thank you. Calling the next case, calling BOA 915-937-176R Faneuil Street. This is to raise the existing garage and replace with a new garage in an existing location with the new concrete slab by 18 by 18. Violation Article 51, Section 5157, application of a dimensional regulation, no accessory structure shall be within 4 feet of any lot line. Name and address for the record, please.
Lisa Gallagher, I'm the owner of 176 Faneuil Street.
Would you like to do, are you going to be testifying as well? Then fine.
Why don't you tell us who you are then?
Michael Gallagher.
Okay. Same address, I assume. You want to tell us what your plan is?
Our plan is to, the existing garage that we have now, which is 18 by 18, we're going to demolish that and put up a brand new one on the exact same footprint of what's there now, 18 by 18.
Is it on a concrete slab now?
We're going partial, so we're going to get rid of that and pour a brand new slab.
But the outside perimeter of the existing is the same, 18 by 18?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Pisani, how are the plans?
The drawings are adequate.
Is there anyone here to testify in favor of the applicant?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. I held an abutters meeting February 13th. They received unanimous support from all of their neighbors who attended. They went on to the Brighton Allston Improvement Association March 7th. Also received unanimous support as well.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Daniel Polanco, on behalf of Councilor Mark Siomo, also like to go on record in support.
Paul Sullivan, on behalf of Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, Council to record support.
Before I ask for anybody, since anybody in opposition, you said the footprint is the same that you're replacing. What about the height of the garage? Will it be the same or different?
I believe it's the same.
So you're just replacing the exact
We're
same
just
thing?
replacing what's
Okay.
existing.
All right, is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve with, do we need to, no, just motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 916-289, 11 Lorette Street. This is extending existing dormer on the left, west side, match the right, east side dormer. Rebuild an existing deck footprint. Extend the first floor living space to the existing rear portion of the basement level to create a family room. A new stair access, resurface pavement, and adding 2 additional parking spaces. Violation of Article 9, Section 1. This is reconstruction of an extension of a non-conforming building. Article 56, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 56, Section 8, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 56, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 56, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Martin Keough. My address is 18 Howard Road, West Roxbury, and to my right is Edward Roach, the architect of this project. Before I go forward with my proposal, I would be remiss if I did not congratulate and thank Mr. Paisani for his years of service, friendship, and dedication to the city of Boston. And I have to say, I think you're too young to retire, but I wish you well, and I'll talk to you after this meeting.
He's looking,
I'd like to add, that's an understatement. The greatest of all time.
I have the second best architect. That's the first.
he's considering the position of tight end at the New England Patriots. There's an opening there.
There might be an ownership as well, probably.
Or maybe Rob Gronkowski could take Anthony's position. One or the other.
Well, I'm here seeking relief from the zoning violations that you have before you. There's about 5 of them. These zoning violations, most of them predate, I'm sorry, the property predates the zoning code that's currently in place, and that's why these violations were triggered. Before coming to this board, I did fly in my neighborhood twice for a meeting, an abutters meeting, and then a meeting before the neighborhood council, and I am happy to report, unless there's a letter in opposition, that I got approval from the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council. I got a letter of non-opposition from the West Roxbury Civic Improvement Association, and most of all, I get the approval of my neighbors immediately around me and all throughout the neighborhood. A little bit of history of the neighborhood. It's zoned 1F 6000, and it abuts the business district of Center Street. The neighborhood is mainly comprised of single and multi-family dwellings. Most of the houses that are on the street in the neighborhood are over 75 years old. Excuse me. This house, 11 Lorette Street, is an existing 3-family on a 6,250 square foot lot, built approximately 1912. It's got fieldstone foundation, wood frame, and vinyl siding. The lot dimensions are exact and similar to the most current lots in the neighborhood, most of which are also non-conforming due to the zoning for this area. The history of the house for me is that I've owned it for about 25 years, and myself, my mother, or a member of my family has lived in this house to the present day. And due to the restrictions of the violations cited above, the request for relief will address a number of hardships and concerns of outdated existing conditions. This house is in serious need of repair as well, and I believe that what we're putting before the board will address most of those issues. The hardships and request for relief that need to be addressed are: the basement needs to be sealed. There's a little bit of flooding. It just started in the last 10 years, maybe from, I have no idea what it's from, but we're going to fix that. The rear porches, which I put up about 20 years ago, are in serious need of repair, as is the front porch, which has been there for about 100 years as well. The third unit, which this group approved an addition there about 20 years ago, I never put a dormer on the other side. There's no lighting on one side of the house. If we are allowed to put this dormer up, it's going to increase the light, air, and comfort for any tenant or a resident that lives there in the future. The main problem that I have with the third unit is that because of the design flaw of the house, the bathroom's in an area that I've had to repair or do something every other year for the last 10 years due to leaks or just the configuration of the plumbing. This will be addressed if this board allows this petition. And the landscape in the backyard, as long as I've owned the property, I've never had a blade of grass grow there, no matter how much seed I throw down. I cut down every single tree in the backyard, and I believe it's a problem with the runoff of water from Center Street. We're going to address that with the parking, which I'm going to have all of the tough questions, have Mr. Roach answer. And again, there's some other ancillary improvements that I'm going to make that don't require relief, but I do feel will improve the house and the entire neighborhood. So before I hand it over to Ed, I'm asking you to approve this petition, and I'm willing to work with Design Review for any suggestions you have that may improve this property in this neighborhood. And I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, happy to answer them again.
The only thing I'd add, building, although it's well-maintained, is over 100 years old, and the infrastructure, like everything else, needs a serious tune-up. And in the process of doing that, we'll be excavating the basement. We're also going to propose an extension of the first floor for a family room. We're adding, proposing to add 4 parking spaces. We're increasing open space by the addition and redesign and reconfiguration of the existing rear porches and a front porch. Thank you.
The height of the basement?
Is,
Looks like there are 2 different heights shown on the prints, 8 foot and 6 foot 10.
the building height. 35 feet. That's the, it's an existing non-conforming use, Mr. Chairman.
On the height?
In the basement?
Oh, the height in the basement?
Yeah. Oh, not 35 feet.
I hope not.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It'd be really nice. What's the next one?
8 feet.
Okay, but I see 610 in the utility area.
In the utility area.
A1.
Yes. Yeah.
But electrical panels and gas meters are at 610.
That's existing. That's all existing in there. And it's not part of the living area per se, it's mechanical.
I mean, I'm just curious, how do you have 2 different heights in the basement?
Well, we're using the area for occupancy, for people living in there, we're actually excavating.
Oh, you're going to excavate there, but not, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So currently 610 is what it is throughout the basement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Is there anyone here to testify in favor of the applicant?
Good morning, members of the board. Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record of support. I had an abutters meeting with Marty on February 11th with their support for the project. He then went before the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council on the 19th and also had unanimous support for this project. So we'd just like to reiterate that support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Shannon Murphy from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project.
Good morning, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record of support, and also I'd like to congratulate Mr. Pisani and thank you for your knowledge and sharing it.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of the Council Elijah Michael Flaherty, Council go record support.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review for the...
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 905-976, 12 to 12A Wyvern Street. This is adding a 6-foot dormer to a current 3rd floor staircase. The violation is Article 55, Section 9. Side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Steve Tarantino, 12 Wyvern Street, Rosendale, unit number 2.
Could you tell us what your plan?
Yeah, so the proposed project is to build a 6-foot wide dormer above an existing 3rd floor staircase. And the purpose of the project is to improve head space throughout the staircase. I was cited for a side yard insufficiency, which is a result of the existing building footprint, and the proposed project will not extend past the existing building.
The new proposed dormer doesn't extend past the...
No.
Okay.
It'll be within the...
So it's an existing, so the violation of the existing condition.
Correct.
Another drawings, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. It's a modest addition to owner-occupied home. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Will Poff Webster from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. We'd also like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Flaherty. Councilor Crowe recommends support.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review for...
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 901-787, 89 Wachusett Street. This is to provide 6 parking spaces and driveway in an existing 3-family building. The violations, Article 10, Section 1, a 5-foot buffer is required for parking in the side yard. Article 55, Section 9, insufficient usable open space per dwelling unit. Article 55, Section 40, off-street loading insufficient. Tandem spots create maneuverability violations. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Vernon Woodward, 9 Elizabeth Street in Mattapan.
Gerald Martin, 30 Sheffield Drive, Braintree.
Okay, can you tell us what you're proposing?
So the property has recently been remodeled and changed from a 2-family to a 3-family. The purpose is to provide off-street parking. The residential neighborhood has a high demand for on-street parking, and our intent is to alleviate that to the extent possible based on the new occupants.
So what is the current off-street parking number?
Currently, there's no off-street parking
At all? And you are going to provide 6 parking spaces? What, I don't have a site plan in front of me. What, is it just, what's, no, I didn't, you don't, I just want to know what's there now that you're paving for the, oh, okay, here we go.
It involves a new curb cut on the side street, Barney Street, and paving a portion of the backyard.
Which is grass, what is it now?
Yes.
This is on a corner lot.
Yes.
How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
You have in front of you, the drawing's adequate.
Yeah.
It does have tandem parking for 2 of the units.
Yes, it does. Are you taking a look at this, Mr. D'Amico?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought Bob D'Amico, BTD, I think it's a little bit tight from maneuverability. There's like 6 spaces jammed into a small space, and I think it'd be kind of difficult for people to maneuver independently.
You need a valet there, right?
Probably, yes.
I noticed, Jeff, that...
Yeah, the exact same reason. 6 spaces is too much for that area.
Okay. And so the BPDA's recommendation is denial?
No, without prejudice, I think a reduction in the number of spaces is probably appropriate.
Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Basa Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this application, and we do think it's going to help the entire street in terms of taking some of that parking pressure off of it. Thank you.
Was there any discussion about the appropriateness of the 6 spaces working?
I believe there was a community process that was held, and there weren't any outstanding issues remaining between then and now.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Will Poff, representative from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office again, and we would also like to go on record in support. I know it did go through the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council process, and there was agreement on the eventual plans. Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Ross, 11 Barney Street, Jamaica Plain. I'm the abutter.
Can you state your opposition? And why?
Green space, buffer. My kitchen and bedroom windows are facing that lot.
Can you speak up a little bit, sir?
Sorry.
If you speak into the microphone. Right
My
there.
kitchen and bedroom windows are facing that lot.
Yeah, what's the distance right now? What do you have there? What's the distance between your window and that vehicle's going to be parking? Maybe
5 feet.
It's 5 feet?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, so your objection is to the removal of green space and replacing it with parking?
Yes.
Okay, there's an issue on Wachusett Street in terms of, will the neighborhood benefit from off-street parking?
Well, there's going to be a lot more cars once that house is finished.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What is the width of that?
Well, we have a backyard that shows 25.5 feet roughly. There is a setback from the abutter's property line of approximately 4 feet, and that allows compliant spaces of 8.5 feet stacked next to one another and 20 feet long. I think that the part of this scenario that hasn't been fully explained is that the tandem units would be shared by occupants of the same dwelling unit so that they could coordinate their movements. And the lots, the parking spaces themselves, of course, with the zoning requirements, are somewhat oversized for most of today's vehicles.
Is there a fence in between the lot and the abutter who just spoke?
Yes.
Okay, is there any kind of screening and buffering?
No, it's a chain link fence.
And what do you intend to use to surface?
Is it tight?
This would be asphalt.
Asphalt? Is there any consideration for something more permeable?
We could explore something permeable, perhaps the tiles with the perforations.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to grant the relief requested, but with the following proviso that only 5 spaces be utilized by the elimination of one of the spaces on the Viney Street, that are parallel to Viney Street. That will increase the maneuverability and will allow for screening and buffering along Viney Street.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So you understand the nature of the motion?
I'll mark up the drawing.
Okay.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 890-364, 74 Westchester Road. This is a confirmed occupancy as a one-family. Construct a second-floor addition on an existing footprint. Propose a new front porch with roof and rear balcony off the master bedroom and extend partial living space to the basement with new garage space. The violation, Article 55, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. And Article 55, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm the architect for the project, Stephen Pettipass, 7 Stimson Street, West Roxbury. It's essentially a 1.5-story existing single-family non-conforming that we're just simply increasing the second floor and creating an actual second floor to create a 2.5-story single-family. The violations are existing on the current building.
No new violations?
There are no new violations, no. It's just non-conforming.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Pizzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this project as well, and it had a full community process, and we have no additional concerns at this time. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Will Poffler, officer from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. We'd also like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Paul Sullivan, City Council Michael Flaherty, Council Grown Record in support.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a slight correction. The letter that was sent to us for the hearing date had a name on it that we didn't recognize as being part of the project, and so we just want to make certain that the city and the board is aware that this is the owner, and her name is Ethel Shepard. The name on the letter was Laura Moultrin, which we don't know who that is on this letter.
Okay. What should we do about that?
Okay.
We just want to correct that and make sure that that's...
All right.
Can we correct that here, Anthony? Mr. Pizzani, can we correct that here, or do we have to re-notify, or the wrong name?
That's an ISD.
A lot about it. Right.
Okay.
It was only on the letter for the notification for this hearing.
We have the correct information up here.
Okay. All right.
We don't?
No. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 901-824, 23 Blake Street. This is a new two-family home. Violations, Article 69, Section 9, the minimum lot width requirement is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the minimum lot frontage requirement is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 69, Section 9, the height requirement is excessive in stories. Article 69, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the minimum side yard requirement is insufficient. And Article 69, Section 30.6, the side yard with off-street parking driveway cannot be less than 10 feet wide. Name and address for the record, please.
Kandraj Bishop Kumar, 23 Plain Street.
Can you speak up, please?
Kandraj Bishop Kumar, 23 Plain Street.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Charles Bradley, the arts professional group, the architect.
Okay, just so you'll know, that microphone doesn't amplify, it records. So it's your voice that has to amplify.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The violations that are listed here, some of them are based on a pre-existing non-conforming situation. The minimum lot width, they said requirement is insufficient. The lot is 40 feet. 50 is what it should be if it was a brand new lot. The lot frontage also, same issue. The floor area ratio is excessive, according to.
Where are we, just since I don't know the plans, are we replacing an existing?
We're providing a building, designing and building a new two-family dwelling.
On a vacant lot?
On a vacant lot.
Okay.
Right.
So then I'm confused about, you said the existing condition.
No, the existing width of the lot is 40.
Okay, it is what it is, yeah.
It is what it is, correct. So the other thing is the floor area ratio, it said it was excessive. It's supposed to be 0.5 and we're at 0.8. The Article 69 mentioned that the height requirement's excessive, and we're at 34.8. It should be 35, so we're actually under that, so I don't know why that was listed. And then under Article 69, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. We had our zoning consultant check the square footage. The 3,500 is the requirement for open space, and we're proposing 4,451. And the minimum side yard is insufficient, they said. Because it's a narrow lot, we basically said the zoning code allows narrow lots, defined as lots with width less than 50 feet, to take 1.5 inches off the required side yard. So it should go from 10 feet down to 8 feet 9 inches, 8.75, that's what it should be. And that same thing holds for the last one, which is the side yard of a narrow lot. So I had this done before. I actually submitted it. This is the zoning opinion based on the violations. So.
How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the applicant?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Ryan Flynn with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, representing Hyde Park. Both the applicant and the architect were excellent with working with the community. We had an abutters meeting on February 13th with no opposition from the community. They also met with the East River Association, which was directly applicable to the site proposal. So with that being said, we want to offer our full support. And also wanted to say congratulations to Anthony. Thank you very much for your service. And best wishes from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services.
Nice work. The lot is currently vacant.
Yes.
Was there ever a structure on it, or has it always been vacant?
Always vacant.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? You're all set.
It's now 10:36. I'm going to call the 10:30s. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 10:30? Address, please. Address, Pat?
30 Preble Street.
For the record, calling BOA 896-163, 30 Preble Street. Name and address for the record.
Patrick Mahoney with the business address of 160 Federal Street, requesting a short deferral.
What's the reason for the request?
There's a new person in the neighborhood that would like to see the plans. I got a phone call from the counselor asking to defer yesterday.
Okay, how soon do you think that you can take care of that? Will a July date work for that?
We're in July. July? Anything sooner?
No.
Not at this time.
Yeah, July will work.
Can I have a motion?
Motion for deferral.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
July 9th, 11:30. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address, sir?
34 and a half Beacon Street.
For the record, calling BOA 921-683-34, what is it? Half Beacon?
34 and a half Beacon Street.
Okay, 34 and a half Beacon Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Paul Gibbs, P.O. Box 374, Sandwich, Mass.
What's the reason for the request for a deferral?
It's a withdrawal.
Oh, withdrawal.
A withdrawal because the previous Board of Appeals decision is still good. And it was filed in error.
Can I have a motion?
Motion for denial without prejudice.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address, please.
Morning. This is 181 Coleridge Street.
For the record, calling BOA 892-077-181 to 183 Coleridge Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning. Ryan Gosda from McDermott, Quilty & Miller, 28 State Street, Suite 802, Boston, Mass. On behalf of Ryan Aconi, we're looking for a deferral by about 6 weeks, hopefully to May 7th if possible. We're still in the middle of the Article 80 review process with the BPDA, but that should be wrapped up by around the end of April. We're also going through Chapter 91 compliance, so hearing today would be a bit premature, but again, it should be wrapped up in about 5 to 6 weeks.
Okay, well, as you probably heard, we're looking at dates in July, so.
Okay.
Can I have a motion?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
We have date of July 9th at 11:30.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 10:30? Here. Coleridge. 181, 183. Calling the next case for 9:30, calling BOA 914-088, 9 Mount Everett Street. This is a change of occupancy from a two-family to a three-family and add a rear dormer. Renovation include electrical and plumbing work. The violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, a three-family dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, a lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the height is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, my name is Edney Furtado, 9 Mount Everett Street, Rochester.
Can you describe your project, please?
Just wanted to do a change of occupancy to go from 2-family to 3. The only thing that's going to be done is the kitchen is existing condition. When I did the forms, I'm not familiar with the process. I made a mistake and bought the rear dorm from the paperwork that was already done for the permit, but that was already done prior to me buying the property. So the only thing I'll be doing is actually doing the kitchen and cabinet fridge. There's nothing else.
But you're changing it from a 2 to a 3.
Yes. When I bought the property, I didn't realize there was a zoning issue because the 16 out of 25 hours on the block is already 3-family, and then we have documentation to show. I've gone and spoke to all the neighbors and got support from the neighbor association, and there's no issue.
Okay. So what is the current square foot of the 2 units, and what will be the square footage of the 3 units?
It's going to be approximately 1,100 square feet for the third floor. There's no change. Like I said, it's 3-bedroom. Everything is there. I'm just adding kitchen, stove, cabinet, into the electrical work that comes with it.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate. What is this property, what is it currently being assessed at?
I believe it's 570 right now.
No.
Is it being assessed as a 2-family or a 3-family?
2-family, right now. And it just proved to be too much because I do have a duplex on the 2nd floor where I currently live. It's 7-bedroom.
And it's in fact being used as a 2-family now?
Yes, first so far in November, first floor is vacant. I live on the 2nd floor, but it's just me, my wife, and my child. The 2-bedroom on the 2nd floor, and next to the 3rd is just empty space that I have there.
Okay.
And you're aware that you're probably going to have to sprinkle this building?
Yes, so I went through a designing with the engineer. He explained to me the process, so I'm here just to get in suggestions and see what is it that can do to make it work.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak in favor of the applicant?
Good morning, members of the board. Christine Brandeo, Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. He had an abutters meeting, and we met with the Civic 2 times. Thank you.
Anyone here to speak in opposition? I have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Calling BOA 877-695-191 Geneva Avenue. This is a raised existing building, combining two existing lots into one 14,118 square foot lot, erect a new 5-story, 27-unit residential building. There will be accessory parking located under building. The violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 41, off-street loading is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height, number of stories is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Michael Welsh, representing the developer. My address is 6 Hickory Lane in Walpole, Massachusetts. With me today is Hip Chu, who's the manager of the Development LLC. And as you just mentioned, we're here today seeking the approval of variances for this multifamily development on Geneva Ave. We have gone through the community process and obtained the letters of support, or votes of support from the Mount Bowden Betterment Association, the Greater Bowden Geneva Neighborhood Association, and as well as obtained the support of abutters through the abutters meeting process. The building is, the site is predominantly covered by ledge, so you'll see in the plans that basically building into the ledge, where the first floor, where the parking level will be on the ground level, is smaller, and then it steps back up with the ledge towards the back of the site. And that is part of the reason that we, for the number of parking spaces, because that's the amount that we can fit in that space, that amount of space. So on the first floor, so there's the first floor is parking. There's going to be a community room that was added as part of the community process, which will be open to the public. And then the 4 floors above that will be residential units, 4 affordable units and 23 market rate units.
How many parking spots?
8. It's about 180 feet from the commuter rail stop.
I know the right across the school, right?
Yes.
Can you walk us through the violations?
Yes. So the first one, the multifamily use, it's in a 2F6000 zoning district. It's about, right on the other side of the train tracks is a multifamily district. Directly across the street from this site is the commercial building. It's the ABCD educational building. And to the if you're facing the site to the left is a row of multifamily building, sort of in a row shape. So it would fit within the character of the neighborhood as far as the multifamily use. The next one, the floor area ratio, the floor area ratio is the required is 1. Ours is 2.24. The building height, maximum building height is 3 stories, 35 feet. We have 5 stories, 56 feet. The front yard is efficient, and it's required to have 5 feet. We have 5 feet, so I'm not exactly sure why that one's on there, but the plan shows having 5 feet. The minimum side yard requirement's 10 feet. We have 5 feet on the right side, 8 feet on the left side. And the rear yard requirement is 10 feet. I'm sorry, it's 30 feet, and we have 6 feet. And then as far as the off-street parking, again, we have 8 spaces where depending on the number of affordable spaces, they're supposed to be for the 4 affordable 3, and then for the 23 market rate 18, so a total of 21 spaces. So where we have 8, that's the difference there. And then the other part is that we don't have, I think this is supposed to say off-street loading is insufficient, so we don't have a design loading area specific for coming to the
These
site.
are rentals?
Yes.
What's on the site now?
It's a single-family house. It's 2 lots that are going to be combined. It's just an old single-family house that is currently vacant. Right.
Okay, how are the drawings, Mr. Pizzani?
The drawings are adequate, but I would advise you to advise your architect not to put the word rejection set on the drawings. Put zoning set or whatever.
I noticed that. I'll make sure.
Other than that, they're okay.
Other than that, they're fine. They're good.
Okay, just, this is not a zoning issue, but I'm curious, what's the plan for removal of the ledge?
We're minimizing the removal because, again, that first floor, the footprint is much smaller on that area. I actually have the footprint of how much is being removed here.
5,000 something.
It's about 5,000 square feet that will be brought down to grade level at that area. That it's currently the lowest area on the site, so we're minimizing it as much as possible.
So how many cubic yards and 5,000 square feet by how deep?
We don't have any engineer estimated yet, but basically the idea is that we want to minimize removal of the ledge in order to build the buildings rather than remove the
I
buildings.
think the question was really addressed at what is the method that you're going to use?
Oh, the method.
We don't have yet, but we basically do intend to minimize the.
No, we get that. I mean, the question, what we're asking is whether it's going to be blasting or some form of fracking.
We haven't determined it yet,
Okay.
but if we're,
Okay, again, this is not a zoning issue, but I would just recommend for the sake of the neighborhood that it not involve blasting.
of course,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the application?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Christine Brandeo, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant worked with my predecessor prior to me coming on, as well as the community and BPDA. So we'd like to go on record and support. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Dustin Gardner, on behalf of Council President Andrea Campbell's office, we would also like to go on record in support. And special thanks to Mr. Pizzani for your years of service.
Good morning, Sarah Kudra, 133 Olney Street. I am an abutter and a member of Mount Bowdoin Betterment Association in support of this project.
Chairman of the board, Paul Sullivan, against the Council Michael Flaherty, Council on record support.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 923-309 15 Maywood Street. This is seeking to combine parcels to create one new at 4,855 square feet and erect a new 4-story, 3-family dwelling. Violations, Article 50, Section 29, lot area for additional dwelling units insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the lot width is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the building height is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the building height number of stories is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the front yard is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the side yard is insufficient. Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 44, conformity with an existing building alignment. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. I also have Eric Zackerson, the architect on the project, as well as Joni Seahu, the owner and developer of 15 Maywood Street. I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge Mr. Pizzani and thank him for all his guidance and advice over the years as a zoning attorney at Mental Lot, and I just want to thank him for his service. The proposal before you is to combine 3 lots to create one new lot, 4,855 square foot lot, and erect a 4-story condominium building with 3 units and 6 rear parking spaces. Again, these would be condominium units. This district is a 3F 4000, and the style and design of the building would match the buildings directly next to us. My client owns the building to the left of the empty lot that's there now. Just to go over the sizes of these units, they're all 3-bedroom, and the basement level and unit 1 would be combined for a duplex unit, 1,750 square feet. The second floor, unit 1150, 3-bed, 2-bath, and then unit 3 would be comprised also as a duplex unit on the 3rd and 4th level, 1,750 square feet. Just to go over the violations briefly, additional lot area, we're at 2,000 is required, we're at 855. The lot width is 45, and lot frontage is 45. We have a variable rate of 25 to 55. As you can see, the lot is an L-shaped lot as you go in the back of the property. The FAR is 0.8, we're at 1.25. Height is 3 stories, 35 feet. We're at 4 stories, 44 feet. But I just want to point out we're staying with the continuity of the block. So you can see there's 4-story in that style building as you go up and down. Open space, we don't have any. It's 650 square feet. We actually had rear decks on the property in our original proposal, but on advice from the community, they asked that those decks be removed, all of them, which we abided by. Side yard, we're at 3 and 3, 10 is what's required, and front yard is 20, we're at 2. I can pause now to answer any questions that the board may have.
Well, I can't, from looking at AO2, the site plan, where is the curb cut? Where is the access to the parking spots?
It is off of Maywood Terrace. So the project sits on the corner on Maywood Street and Maywood Terrace. And so there's a narrow street between us and our neighbor.
Oh, I see.
Public street.
It's a public street directly.
Okay, so is there, it doesn't show a curb cut, is there?
No, there is not a defined curb cut. We could change it to be that, but the current situation is that the road ends in a large empty
grade. Oh, okay. It's the same. So all of the, from this overhead view, there's trees and stuff there. There won't be any green space left when lot when you're done.
We'll do a landscape trim along the back, but we also wanted to have a good parking ratio, because I know parking is an issue for the area as well.
Okay. Any questions? How are the drawings done?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anyone here to speak in favor of the applicant?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jessica with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we'd like to go on record to support. There was, in the Butters meeting, they also met with the Neighborhood Association. There was some concerns about the height, but it seems to be consistent with some of the units on the street, including 80, 100, and 102 Maywood.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
My name is Michael Kozel with Project Right, 320, the letter A, Blue Avenue. We held the Neighborhood Association meeting, 9th Street United Neighborhood Association meeting. Concerns are that there's been proposed 5 levels of living space on this residential street. They're kind of converting the basement area and what's considered the attic into living spaces, so we're concerned about that. We're concerned about how these 15 Maywood and 17 Maywood used to be owned by the same owner. So we're concerned that the 6 parking spaces that should be for 3 should be for 17, 3 should be for 15 needs to be designated so more clearly, because 17 Maywood will not have parking and they're using that space in the back. We need clarity on what's considered the driveway, or is it a private way or a public way, and what's the maintenance in terms of that. We're glad that they're taking off the roof deck in terms of stuff. Those are some of our concerns. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Marquisa Gaines. I'm in a butter. Just to reiterate what Mike already said, my primary concern is not only just the height, but in layman's term, the spacing. I just feel like it'll be very congested just to put another building in that small space. In addition to that, they mentioned that it was a private way, but I'm pretty sure that it's a public way, and the reason why I'm sure of that is because when I called 311 last winter for them to shovel, they said, no, we cannot do that because it's a private way. And if it's a private way, I just feel like overall there's been a lack of maintenance surrounding that entire area since 17 Maywood has been put up. So I just feel like if adding another building would just make it even more congested and just even more trashier, for lack of a better term, around the neighborhood.
Are you on Maywood Street as well?
Yes, I'm at 11 Maywood Street.
11, thank you.
And I share that terrace.
Thank you. A couple of questions. What is the height of the basement? I'm not seeing it on that.
I believe it's 9 feet.
9 feet, okay. And public way, private way?
Public way.
Yes. We've always said public way.
Okay.
So they plow and pick up trash and everything on that?
And this is also going to be a condominium building, so we will have a maintenance company. He has a maintenance company he already deals with on other condo units, so it'll be maintained well.
And parking.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I do. Are you going to divide the parking between the two buildings?
So that was our goal. So we had said, right now, that's not legal parking there, it's an empty lot.
Yeah.
So the idea was to have 3 spots go with the current building and the other 3 spots go with the building on the left.
Okay.
So there's 6 units total, and those would all have parking.
Will that be deeded that way?
Correct.
Okay.
So therefore,
Go ahead.
the plan for this building includes ancillary parking for the building next door. Is that the way the violation was written?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. So the motion passes.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 823447, 26 to 28 Chilcott Place. This is a change use from a 2-family to a 3-family, vertical and rear additions and renovate, add 4 parking spaces. The violation, Article 55, Section 8, a 3-family detached dwelling is forbidden. Article 55, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 55, Section 9, the height is excessive. Article 55, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 55, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Chairman, members, this is an application for an addition and change of occupancy for an existing 2.5-story, 2-family dwelling, Chilcott Place in Ward 11. The project consists of a rear addition, approximately 10. No, they're just for the board. Sorry. 30 by 10 foot, approximately 300 square foot rear addition, and a vertical addition to convert the building from a 2.5-story dwelling to a 3-story dwelling. The building currently has 2 units, 2 2-bedroom, 1-bath units that are somewhat under 900 square feet in size. With this rear addition, in the vertical addition, the resulting occupancy would be 3 2-bedroom units, 2-bath units, just over 1,200 square feet. There's an existing garage, single-car garage at the basement level of the building that will remain. The rest of the basement will remain common mechanical area, no extension of living space into the basement. There would also be 4 off-street surface parking spaces added in the rear. The violations owe to the 3-family dwelling being a forbidden use, although there are other 3 families in the neighborhood. There is a citation for excessive FAR. The maximum FAR in the district is 0.6. With the vertical and rear addition, the resulting FAR here would be approximately 0.66. There is a height violation. As I mentioned, this is a 2.5-story, 35-foot district. Usable open space insufficiency cited, 43 units, 1,000 square feet is required. With the amount of open space on the lot combined with the porches or decks that either exist or are being created or expanded, there's probably sufficient usable open space, but of course the porches and the decks aren't counted by ISD because they're not open to the sky. The only one that would be open to the sky would be on the third floor level. There is also citation for insufficient side yard. That is not being changed. That violation can be attributed as an existing non-conforming setback to the existing building that is not being extended in any way. It's simply remaining as is.
How many cars can park in the existing garage?
It's a single-car garage, Mr. Oak, yes, and that is staying.
Other drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Anyone here to speak on behalf of the application?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in full support of this project. It did go through a thorough community process. We have no additional concerns at this time. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Will Poff-Webster from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. We'd also like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of Council Michael Flaherty, Council Government in support.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? You have a motion.
Motion for approval of BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board, and thank you, Mr. Pisani, for his decades of service to the city of Boston, and in particular to this board and to its essential public process. Thank you.
Next case, calling BOA 922-614, 16 Rear Robeson Street. This is erect a new single-family dwelling with roof deck, above two-car garage, and existing 5,730 square feet on a vacant lot. Proposed 2 off-street parking through 16 Robeson Street, proposed driveway. The violation, Article 55, Section 40. Off-street parking facilitate required to Section 5540 shall be provided on the same lot as to the main use of which they are accessory. Violation to Article 55, Section 41.12. A dwelling shall not be built to the rear of another dwelling. 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. The violation to Article 55, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, rear yard is insufficient. And Article 55, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, bear with me for a moment.
That's the last one. Put your name and address for the record, please.
Kyle Smith with KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street in Boston Back Bay.
Okay, do you want to describe the project, please?
Okay.
Before you start, the drawings that you wanted to present are
Yes, sir.
different from these. Is that correct?
The submissions here are slightly different from what was originally presented to ISD.
Okay. This board can only look at and sign off on the drawings that ISD has stamped. So I leave it to you as to whether or not you want to proceed. What would be approved would be what you originally submitted. Or you can defer and submit those drawings to ISD to have the plan examiner's stamp put on.
Sure. What we are trying to seek for approval are these plans. This is what was approved by the JP Neighborhood Council, the Zoning Committee on Wednesday of last week. So if we have...
How different are they from these?
Modestly different. We have a reduction in square footage. We have a shifting of the building footprint, but otherwise they are in substantial conformity with what is there.
I would suggest that you ask for a deferral. Submit them to ISD, have ISD plan examine it, and stamp it.
Sure.
As Mr. Pisani said, we need to.
Understood.
You're bringing us an appeal from an action of ISD. If the plans aren't stamped by ISD, there's no way we can make a judgment.
Understood. We had the meeting scheduled. We had our zoning committee before the neighborhood council on Wednesday of last week. Time did unfortunately not permit, and we have modest changes. So if deferral is what is being requested, then we will happily defer.
Motion, please. Second. All those in favor?
Aye. How quickly could you get that turned over for the,
We already have updated site plans, so we can submit them to ISD immediately.
and what's the process with ISD? Anthony, what would be the process? How long would it take?
Generally, they'll take a look at it within a week. The issue is that over time, there have been community meetings, and drawings have been changed to the point, I mean, there's one classic example where a whole floor got added.
Understood.
Did not have a height violation, but it was just so far different from what ISD had originally seen and had based their rejection letter on. And this way, it just cleans up the process.
We're going to squeeze you in May 7th.
He doesn't have to do double work.
Understood.
We're going to squeeze you in for May 7th, so I'll make a motion for deferral.
Okay. Well, we've already had a motion for deferral and
Second.
So May 7th.
Understood.
11:30.
Which is quicker than all the other deferrals in July.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you. This process has been ongoing since January of last year for single family, so we were trying to keep tight by our deadline, knowing that the deferrals were now in July. So, thank you.
Calling the next case. Calling VOA 865-900, 79 Jamaica Street. This is to erect a new two-family dwelling in violation of Article 55, Section 9. The floor area ratio is excessive. Article 55, Section 9, the side yard setback requirement is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, the lot width requirement is insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, the lot frontage requirement is insufficient. And Article 55, Section 55-40, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, for business address at 41 Johnson Road, Braintree, Mass. With me today is the owner of the property, Mr. Durante, and the applicant, Chris Perales. Today, we're here seeking relief to demolish the existing structure and erect a two-family dwelling with 2 parking spaces. The zoning sub-district is a
Excuse me, the existing structure is single family?
Yes, it is. And I'll point that out when we get to the handout. Zoning sub-district is a 2 of 5,000. The lot size is approximately 3,115 square feet. The violations are as follows. Lot area for an additional dwelling unit. Lot width, lot frontage. The requirement for lot width, lot frontage is 50. We have 30, which is pre-existing non-conforming. The FAR, the required FAR is 0.6. We're proposing 1.4. Side yard setback requirement is 10 feet. We have 3.5 on one side, and we have 4 on the other, which is also pre-existing non-conforming. The open space required for the property is 1,250 square feet, and we have approximately 1,160 square feet.
What was that number? I'm sorry, Council, what was that number? 1250 is required? 1160, thank you.
Yeah. And so if you take a look at the handout that I handed you, this one, on the bottom is the current and existing structure. The structure has been vacant and abandoned and was foreclosed on and has been that way for several years. If you look at the top picture on the handout, if you look to the left of the property, there are a number of 3-story, 3-family dwellings on the street. If you turn the page, you'll see a rendering of what the proposed structure would look like. And on the third page, if you look, going down the street to the right of the building, you'll also see that there are 3-story, 2- and 3-family structures. So we don't think that the proposal is out of order, out of character with what's already in the community and on that street. I'll turn it over to the architect, and he can go through some specifics with regard to the number of bedrooms and those things.
Thank you. Again, it's Chris Perales, 49 Appleton Street, Melrose, and the architect.
Can you speak up a little bit, too? Just speak up.
Yep, sure thing.
Project.
So, yeah, additional to what was already provided, that we highlighted the site plan as well, so you can get a better kind of understanding of what's in compliance and what's not. We have a compliant front and rear yard setback. The existing side yard setbacks are not. That's part of what's not conforming with the property. And the structure itself meets the existing height requirement for the area. Two-family structure, replacing the existing one family. The bottom two levels are one unit. The top two levels are the second unit. They are, for the most part, very similar to one another. Each unit provides 3 bedrooms, also a living room, dining room, kitchen, obviously. 2 means of egress, one at the front, one at the rear. The bottom unit is roughly 2,010 square feet of unit space. The upper unit is about 1,815 square feet of just unit space. Doesn't include the public staircases. Again, front of the building towards the back. On the bottom level, we have the public spaces within the unit. On the upper level of each unit, bedrooms and bathrooms themselves. In terms of the appearance of the outside of the house, particularly the front side of the house, again, on the left-hand side of the property, there's a row of, I think, 3 triple deckers. To the right, one family, 2 family, and then I think a couple more, a mix on that side where you've got some triple deckers as well. The unit itself roughly lines up with the building immediately to the left, the triple decker. Big difference that we have here is obviously we've got 4 levels of living space, not 3 like that particular unit. And there's an attempt also to kind of lessen the look of the building by creating a gable face that helps drop, at least in the eye level, understanding of where the roof line is on the property. In front of the unit, there's also parking for 2 cars.
Where, I don't see that in the rendering or in the site plan. So there's a proposal for a driveway off of Jamaica Street.
Yep.
How is that not front yard parking?
We weren't cited for
I think the issue with the parking is not that we're providing parking, it's that we're providing parking within the front yard setback.
Yep. And so that adjustment was made as a result of the community process in which people were, 2 biggest issues were FAR and the parking. So what we did was we pushed the building back an additional 8 feet, still staying within the rear yard setback to create 2 optional parking spaces in the front.
Nonetheless, they are front yard parking.
That's correct. But there are other properties
And for
on the street.
2 spaces?
2 spaces, that's correct.
Okay, and and there would be a curb cut involved with this, right?
That is correct.
So I assume that curb cut would take up 1 space, so you're gonna
Net
net
gain of
gain of
1.
1.
Yep. And that is as a result, again, as what the community wanted.
Really? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. D'Amico.
Bob D'Amico, BTV. Not only is there front yard parking, but there's a fire hydrant right in front of the house.
The fire hydrant doesn't need to be moved. We already looked at that. Those are examples of other properties on Jamaica Street and the parking situation.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Pizzani?
The drawings are adequate. I do have a question. I'm looking at the basement plan, and I'm trying to see which drawing actually shows the parking.
Which drawing shows the parking? Site plan shows parking as well as...
On the site survey, or what is your site plan number?
It's on the certified plot plan?
C1?
Yes.
at the site plan prepared by George Collins. That does not show it? Okay, so why is this drawing different than that drawing?
So as part of the community meeting process, 2 spaces were added.
Okay.
But originally there was
Plans were
no.
submitted.
New plans were submitted that show that?
Yes.
And Mark's, yeah, Mark's stamped on it.
Mark, who's stamped off on it?
Mark Joseph.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's stated on the refusal letter as well.
So you have a new refusal letter from ISD?
That's correct.
That incorporates the front yard parking?
That's correct.
Okay.
It was
And
advertised.
that was properly advertised also?
That is correct.
Okay. Just to clear up then, with the refusal letter, give me a copy of that drawing.
Okay.
Give me that drawing right there, the one that shows the parking.
I do also have a smaller format one here, if that's acceptable, you want the
Large
Are these 2 units rental or for sale?
For sale. Homeownership up.
Mr. Pisani, any other comments about the plans?
No, other than that, everything's fine.
Okay, let me ask Jeff. The BPDA seems to be, the recommendation is...
For denial of the parking spaces. Approval with design review on the 2-family, but the parking spaces, no.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisa Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this project. We understand it's been a long time vacant and abandoned building, and we would like to see it restored. We understand that there are also other 2-family and 3 families on that street. I understand there's concerns from the neighbors, and we ask that they continue to work with them to resolve some of those issues, and we defer to the board's judgment related to the parking concerns. Thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Will Poff Webster here with City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. We'd like to go on record in opposition. This was also opposed by the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council. Thank you.
Can you give the reasons?
Yeah, the primary reason from the neighborhood council and from the neighbors who we've spoken to is the size of the project. The units are significantly larger than others on the street, and the FAR is, I believe, 1.4, which is the average on the street is more like 0.5, as well as the back of the house being closer to the end of the lot than others on the street. Thanks.
Thank you. I see there are a number of people lined up. Please give your names and addresses. If someone has already made the point you're going to make, can you please not repeat it? Let's try to move along. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Hallie Smizik-Dubin. I am at 77 Jamaica Street, a direct abutter. I just want to reiterate opposition for what he mentioned before, the FAR. It is just extremely excessive for the neighborhood. We do want to work with them to reduce it. We definitely want this property redone, as we said, but we'd like them to come down to at least 1. The average neighborhood is 0.5, and they're trying to do 1.4, which is just excessive.
Thank you.
I'm Esther Lightoff. I live at 72 Jamaica Street, directly across from the property. The one thing that hasn't been said was that the FAR has been reduced from 1.5 something to 1.4 something merely by not finishing off part of the 4th floor. So the building size is still the same, and that's our opposition. The building, it's a lovely building, but it does not belong on this street. It's 3 times bigger than the average FAR for the entire street. I also have a letter of opposition from another neighbor who couldn't make it today. I'm not sure where to give that. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Jacob Lightoff, 72 Jamaica Street. Grew up there. I also spent some of my time at 366 Center Street, also in Jamaica Plain. I just want to echo the concerns of about FAR and about lack of outdoor space. And as a future, hopefully, home buyer in my neighborhood, I think we need to make developments that are suitable for families. There's no outdoor space. I don't think it's in line with what belongs on the street. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, I'm Susan Jacoby. I'm at 55 Jamaica Street. I'd just like to point out to the board that no one on the street or the back street, St. Rose Street, is in support of this proposal for the reasons already said.
Stephanie Esner, 94 Jamaica Street. Want to reiterate what other people have said. There has been massive opposition to this house on both St. Rose and Jamaica Street, with large attendance at every meeting, and everyone opposed.
Yes, my name is Michael Powell. I live at 79 St. Rose Street, the house directly in back. I just want to point out that the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Association voted 13-0 to decline approval for this project. Also, I sent a picture and a letter from Henry Cook, the owner, just saying that we were in opposition to building this structure.
Thank you. Mrs. Wall, ready to respond?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, if you look at page 2 of the handout, there are a number of 3-story, 3-family dwellings along the street, on the same side, going that way, and on the same side, going to the left of the building. The two outliers, if you will, are the pink house and the current house that we're talking about. Those are, I would say, again, the outliers. They're very small than what's on that side of the street. As with regard to the FAR, when this project started, we had an FAR proposal of 1.6, and we dropped it down to 1.4. The original proposal had the unit sizes at 2,500 square feet. We've knocked it down to about 1,800 square feet, approximately 2,000 square feet. So we did work with the community.
But has that been accomplished by changing the envelope or just not finishing off all of the interior space?
It was done by changing the envelope, so the depth of the building was reduced by, I think it was 5 feet overall on the first 3 levels. The uppermost level was reduced even more by basically taking the dormer, reducing it, and just having a gable end.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I do have a question. To add those 2 spots, which is really a net gain of 1, how far do we push the building back, Councilor?
We pushed the building back 8 feet, and we're still within the rear yard setback. We're still within the envelope of the building because the rear yard setback, we're not citing for because we're staying within the rear yard setback, front yard and the side yard. The side yards, as I said, are pre-existing non-conforming on both sides. It's 3.5 feet and 4 feet respectively.
So the first proposal had no parking?
That's correct. And through community process and community, we would move the building back, created just 2 parking spaces in front of the building.
Can I have a motion?
I want to make a motion to approve without the parking. I think the parking, in my opinion, is causing more than it's helping. And it creates a front yard parking situation that this board is not in favor of on a regular basis. So I will make a motion to approve without the parking, with BPDA design review, specific attention to unfinished space, Jeff, and the building envelope, to make sure that we're not building space that people can walk into after to defeat what the neighborhood is trying to do.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the motion passes with the 2 provisos, BPA design review. Unbelievable. And elimination of the parking.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 859-629, 60 to 62 Lambert Avenue. This is a combined parcels and to become one parcel of 2,677 square feet and to construct a 2-family on said vacant lot. The violations, Article 50, Section 29, the lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, the front yard setback requirement is insufficient on Lambert Avenue.
This is Lambert.
Article 50, Section 29, side yard setback requirement is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the front yard setback, Rockledge Street. Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 44, the traffic visibility across the street's corner. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road, Berkshire, Mass. I'm here today with the owner of the property, Ruby Steele Morris. You want to come up, Ruby? And we're seeking relief today to erect a two-family dwelling on a vacant lot. Ms. Steele Morris is the owner of the property. The zoning sub-district here is a 3F4,000. The lot size is approximately 22,675 square feet. It consists of 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, and each unit will be approximately 2,200 square feet. The violations are as follows. The FAR is the required FAR is 0.8. We're proposing 2.7. The front yard setback is 20 feet. We have 3 feet, which is modal and aligned with all of the other properties on Lambert Avenue. Side yard setback is 10 feet required. We have 5 on both sides. Off-street parking, the requirement is 2. We're proposing 1 spot. And then the rear yard setback is 30 feet, and we're proposing 20. Mr. Chairman, we've had 2 abutters meetings, and we also met with the Highland Park Neighborhood Association regarding this project. And so I also handed to you a copy of a decision from 2013. This project is the ZAMSAC project that was approved by this board in 2013. Unfortunately, at that time, there was some confusion with the architect and ISD, and ISD ended up abandoning the project, although the plant didn't want it. They didn't abandon it, so we're back today to seek again the relief to erect a two-family dwelling on that vacant lot. And also, she owns the property next door to it as well. That's the decision from 2013.
Mr. Pizzani, how are the drawings?
The drawings are adequate.
Mr. Zani, that's the decision from 2013, as I said, was abandoned. Same exact property.
Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the application?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jessica Thomas with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we would like to go on record in full support. The project was approved in 2013. We also had 2 abutters meeting, and they met with the Neighborhood Association. We're for home ownership. We know that she came out. She's going to be the homeowner.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. BPDA design.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All set.
Calling the last case for 9:30. Calling BOA 874-359-591 Albany Street. This is a change of occupancy from a warehouse to medical use cannabis establishment dispensary. The violation is Article 64, Section 15. A cannabis establishment is a conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Chair, I'm recusing myself.
Thank you, Mr. Bickerstaff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Charlie Tevden, 15 Broad Street, Boston. To my right is Vincent Giordano, president of Liberty Compassion, 591 Albany Street. To his right, Paul Fitzgerald, security consultant from the Ed Davis Group, 2 Atlantic Avenue. After a many-month community process, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the Liberty Compassion presents an ideal location for a medical marijuana dispensary at 591 Albany Street, which is the zoning, the current zoning would make this a conditional use. It's a 2,500 square foot building. There is a detailed plan for access, security, and parking. The Liberty Compassion Group has signed a host community agreement with the City of Boston, but also one step further and entered into a detailed memorandum of understanding with the immediate neighborhood association, and that is the Blackstone Franklin Neighborhood Association. This is an ideal location, and at this point, I'd like to defer to...
Speak more loud. The people cannot hear us at all. Only the piano can, but we all cannot hear her. Thank you, sir.
I would defer at this moment, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Giordano to present an overview of the proposed operations at this location.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. I just wanted to show you a couple of quick concepts. Can you hear me in the back? I know there was a concern. All right, I'll try to speak loudly. Here's some concepts that we have. It's a store that is on as you said, on Albany Street. It is a flower shop currently. It's an ideal location for, we feel, for medical marijuana dispensary. The concept of the design is keeping in step with the community and some of the concerns that they had. When we go through, not dramatic changes, some minor changes that you see.
Just a quick question. This is a medical marijuana dispensary, not a general. Okay.
Incidental.
On the medical side, as I went through a lot of community meetings and we took that feedback, some of the changes you don't see on your plans, just modified on the inside. There was concern about having people line up. We didn't think that was an issue, but I changed and we adjusted inside so you can have a substantial amount of people queued inside and lined up here. Security is a primary concern in the community, and we address that both from rules that we have to follow from the Cannabis Commission and the DPH, but also from our consultant, the Davis Group, is going through an entire security profile. And you can see on the other points, there's multiple access, there's multiple controls for security. These are all very similar that have how the flow of people go through and where those checkpoints are. It is not a large store. It's 2,500 square feet, and it, front to back.
And the existing flower shop, is the footprint the same? Is anything changing about the structure of the building?
No. It's virtually the same footprint. We're not changing anything on the outside, just some signage in that front.
Okay, you want to describe the security protocol?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Paul Fitzgerald from the Ed Davis Security Consulting Group. What we've found in our experience is to have the best, greatest posture of security is a mixture of people, procedures, and equipment. So that's what we plan to implement down here at 591 Albany. The staff will be well-staffed and will be well-trained. We're going to have tight procedures to provide a daily operation of supporting that community environment, security environment, and then we're going to have state-of-the-art electronics when we talk about access control, cameras, all the things that are required, and we're going to go above what's required. We plan to have a good working agreement with Captain Sweeney and his staff down at District 4. We want to be a good neighbor, so certainly plan on working with that staff on any quality of life issues in the neighborhood and be very flexible as to what his needs are.
How many people do you anticipate working there full-time basis?
In the store itself, at any one time, there'll be between 9 and 10 people, 8 to 10 people in the store. There'll be some part-time employees, and that could range up to 15 total employment.
And how many people do you anticipate entering the facility on a given day?
On any given day, I would anticipate at this point probably about 200 people, and the store can support that number that's coming in.
200 people over
a period in the day. So
I forget what are the hours of operation?
10 to 8.
10 to 8. Okay.
Is that 7 days a week?
No, actually, it's 6 days a week. One of the concerns of the neighborhood groups was to have not to have these extended Sunday hours, and we're very flexible. We heard that feedback, and we just cut that hours back to 10 to 4.
Oh, but it's still open?
It is still open, yeah.
Okay. And what is the parking rate?
So there is no, it's Boston, so there's no easy parking solution. We met with the Boston Transportation Department, and in There's several spots out in front that they're hoping to work with us and turn them into 15-minute transient parking. A substantial amount of the business that happens in this industry, and it's going more towards this, is order ahead and pick up, like CVS and other stores. So the transient spots are actually very effective in having somebody come in and drop. There's bikes, there's bike racks, there's also parking in the back. We are trying to work an agreement with Garage on Harrison Street to have parking for either our employees or specific customers.
One of the concerns that's raised in some of the opposition is the proximity to Boston Medical Center and the potential for folks with potential substance abuse issues nearby. How does your security plan or your overall?
So I'll speak about just my reaction to that, and then I'll hand it over to Paul about the security piece. But I actually view our proximity to Boston Medical Center as a benefit, because we're a medical piece, and there are people who will seek treatment as an alternative to some prescription medications. If you have chemo and they get their chemo there, and they have access to our products that are close, they don't have to drive, or they don't have to go far. In addition, in order to, and that was a concern of one of the neighborhood groups, so the way that we addressed that, we had a minimum sale. So you're not going to have people coming into the store with several dollars and to do what they want to do and then leave. And the final piece is the security piece and how that impacts our operation.
What is the minimum sale?
$35. $50 initially, $35 subsequent. Did that answer your question?
From a security perspective, there's a working group between the BU Police and the Boston Police and a lot of the working groups that are down in that area, so we would clearly take part in that group and, again, work with the captain on any issues that we're seeing develop in connection with the medical center.
And what will the visible outside security be? When someone approaches the store,
yeah, so there's
security on the outside? Or
yes, sir. We'd have 3 security per shift. One would be at the door off the sidewalk and checking to make sure people had the proper ID and medical cards to gain access to the store. And then part of our security plan will be exterior patrols as well as interior. We'll also be working with District 4 on police details if they believe that's a need for us. So there'll be coverage outside as well.
How are the drawings, Mr. Pizzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions to the board? Is anyone here to speak in favor of the application?
Good. Still morning, sorry. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I do want to put on the record that we've had about half a dozen public meetings related to this. There are 3 main reasons why we support this application. One is because it's been very clear from the neighborhood that the South End, this is the most flexible zoning in the entirety of the neighborhood. We've had 4 or 5 different proposals. This is located in economic development planned area. It's meant to encourage commercial research, development uses, and this fits right in. Folks are really concerned about these kinds of establishments getting closer to forbidden use areas, which are the more residential, densely residential areas in the neighborhood. During our public meetings, vast majority of residents who attended those meetings have expressed support simply because of where it was located on Albany Street. There are main opponents to this proposal are coming from development entities such as Leggett McCall, Abbey Group, and then also the New Market Business Alliance, and I think you guys have all of the letters related to that. You also have at least 24 letters from residents themselves saying that they support the project, that they have met also all of the needs related to addressing concerns around traffic and mitigation. They've met with BTD and the Commissioner's Office to come up with plans to address some of those concerns as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Charlie Levin, Counselor at Funds Office. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Charlie Levin, Counselor at Funds Office. We'd also like to go on record in support after speaking with members of the Blackstone Franklin Neighborhood Association and other community leaders throughout the South End. Residents have informed us that they found this location to be suitable. and that the team has been forthcoming and trustworthy. They called attention to being zoned as conditional use and that the neighborhood association is not opposed to the project. The proposal is for medical use only, and the dispensary has a memorandum of understanding with Blackstone Franklin. They promise to go through community process if there are any changes, along with providing arrangements for community benefits, volunteer hours, and hiring South End residents. The residents felt that the team has shown a real willingness to work with them. In the community, we support this proposal.
Good morning. I'm David Stone. I'm a resident of 64 East Brookline Street. I'm also a member of the Blackstone Franklin Square Neighborhood Association, which is the host association for 591 Albany Street. Over the past 6 months, our group has engaged in extensive discussions with the proponent, Liberty Compassion, our members, and South End residents and stakeholders. Based on those discussions and the results of those discussions, Blackstone Franklin Square Neighborhood Association is stating its support for and its non-opposition to this proposal. Thank you.
We realize there's a number of people at the mic. If you don't have something new to say, please just enter your name and address in the record.
Hi, my name is Susan Fulani Butler. I've lived in the South End for more than 2 decades, and I am in support of this dispensary because I have a life partner who has cancer and has been living for 12 years after having been given 6 months to live, and the dispensary is a big part of our life. We have to go to Brookline to use that dispensary. So we feel like Albany Street is an ideal location because there's a lot of traffic there, and I think the fact that you'd have a dispensary there with some kind of control being, security, I think would actually be an asset to Albany Street. And I have a video which I won't play because I know there's not enough time, where my partner, who is now at Dana-Farber doing some wellness training, she is in support of this as well. Her name is Gigi DeRosa, and we live at 105 West Springfield Street. I am also a former co-president of the Hurley Blocks Neighborhood Association.
If you can forward that video to Antonella for the record, that would be helpful.
Sure. Just tell me who. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Megan Ward. I am also a long-term resident of the South End. I am in favor of a project like this in the South End, but particularly this location seems to not pose a significant traffic problem, whereas, the new Whole Foods is creating a nightmare in the South End, and this seems to be more removed and will not disrupt the flow of traffic as it already is.
Okay,
Thank you.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
There are some people here to speak in opposition.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Chairman and esteemed members of the board. I am speaking on behalf of I am the owner of the Boston Flower Exchange, along with my other partners from the Abbey Group, Robert Epstein, David Epstein, Jason Epstein, and Shane Barron. I'm also speaking on behalf of Bonnie Gossels, owner of Albany LLC at 543 Albany Street. And I'm speaking on behalf of her and also myself and my partners. First off, we were just really saddened to not have been notified at all in writing about this meeting, and we just heard about it yesterday, which is why Bonnie was not able to join us today. So I felt that we wanted to go on record that we felt the process perhaps wasn't managed appropriately, and I will read from the letter that I had sent the mayor's office.
Can you summarize it, please?
Yep. I guess my main point was that we are bringing in 1.6 million square feet of new jobs and offices into the neighborhood. This is an emerging neighborhood, and we feel like since it is a neighborhood in transition, that this use is not appropriate at the moment. As you can hear from the people who are in favor of it, it seems like they're trying to push it into this area out of other areas of the neighborhood that are not in transition.
We have a copy of your letter on the record, so.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your listening.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Matt Kiefer.
I reside at 7 Serena Road in Jamaica Plain, and I'm here representing Leggett McCall Properties, which is the development manager of the property abutting this. Currently 650 units of housing under construction, and Leggett McCall is about to embark on redeveloping a historic warehouse next door to this. By the way, we also did not receive notice. I think notice was defective. I certainly would have worn a bow tie had I expected to be here. I literally was asked this morning to come here and testify on behalf of Leggett McCall. There are a number of letters in opposition. I think others would be here had they received notice, particularly with regard to the location. It's not only is this a transitional area where there's really $1 billion of investment being made now to transform this unused area into a living, breathing part of the city. It's also within a half mile of treatment centers, major substance abuse treatment centers that are doing their best to help people recover from addictions. And I don't know whether the board has seen the letter from Michael Botticelli. We are certainly not experts in substance abuse treatment, Mr. Chairman, but somebody who is literally a national expert took the time to write a very thoughtful 2-page letter saying that he thought this was a very bad idea and that the statute ought to have the same half-mile radius that it has between shops for distance from treatment centers. So our first preference would be that you reject this. We are opposed to it. We recognize that it has support. We would at least like a deferral. We don't think proper notice was given, and there are several people who would certainly have been here. I should also say, we don't even know how they've been having neighborhood meetings. We're not even sure we're aware of the current status of the proposal because, again, we didn't expect to be here until last night when my client heard about it and this morning when I heard about it. There's also been a request that they commit not to seek recreational license in the future. They've declined to make that commitment. We would want that commitment to be fully vetted. We're not sure why they weren't willing to make that commitment. That would give us great comfort if they were. So for all these reasons, we would prefer that you deny it, but we would ask that you at least defer it to give more time for this discussion to reach a conclusion.
Okay.
Sir, I have a question. Did you guys write a letter on January 15th?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
And we wrote that letter when we first heard about this. We know there have been discussions in meetings since then. We're not really sure how this might have evolved since the first proposal that we saw. We heard a little bit of testimony here today, but we haven't had any time to catch up with any of this. We didn't expect to be here until my client heard about this last night and I heard about this morning.
Okay, we are showing that we have record that notice was given, so
You have record that notice was given? To the owners of 575 Albany Street, 2 doors down, Leggett McCall Properties?
Yeah, same with the Flower Exchange as well.
Where?
We can discuss that.
You want to come by?
Well, so
I mean, we'll deal with the merits.
I don't know how to explain that, but it doesn't change the nature of the objection.
And as you know, with respect, as you well know, with respect to the issue of larger approval for full-scale marijuana as opposed to just medical, they have to come and get approvals anyway. So there is another vetting process that would have to be undertaken.
Right. Understand
Okay.
that.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in
Thank you.
opposition?
I just want to also clarify in terms of process.
You want to stand up?
In terms of process, both Leggett McCall and the Abbey Group were present for the public meeting held by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Subsequently, they submitted the letters that, after vetting the proposal, they submitted both of those letters to our office. We provided those letters to the board, have that on record, and on top of that, the board is responsible for getting notice out related to board hearings, and you have that record there.
Chief, how many more meetings were had after that? Was there just one initial meeting?
There is a legally mandated one public meeting held by our office, but they were also present for the Neighborhood Association meeting that was held in September. They were also notified about other public meetings that were held, and also the proponents met and offered to meet with them separately.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
That's all true, although there was a meeting last night that we were not able to be at which apparently the Blackstone Franklin Neighborhood Association was vetting this. So what she says is absolutely true. We've been aware of it at the early stages, but we weren't aware that this was coming before the board today.
Okay. Otherwise, you would have had a bow tie. Otherwise, you would have had a bow tie.
I would have, at a minimum, had a bow tie, maybe even a bright red bow tie.
Okay. All right, are there any questions from the board? Can I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review continued, also that it only goes with this proponent and that they cannot turn medical into recreational without coming back to this board.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, that's the end of the 9:30 hearings, and it's 11:50. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and start with the 10:30 hearings at noon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to the hearings for 10:30.
Thank you, Mr. Okay.
Now it's noon.
All right. You good? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call, before I call the first case, are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 10:30? Address, please. You deferring?
We are deferring. 1010 Massachusetts. We're deferring,
This is at 10:30s. I'm not...
yeah. With respect to BOA appeal number 61...
Hold on a second. What was the address again? I need an address before I can call it in for the record.
It is 820 William T. Morrissey Boulevard.
That's the 11.
That's not till 11:30. I didn't call it 10:30s. I called 10:30s for...
Sorry.
10:30s right now. You can stay there if nobody comes up. No other 10:30s? All right, now 11:30s.
Sorry. With respect...
Name and address, I'll call in for the record. BOA 613-478-820 William T. Morrissey Boulevard. Name and address for the record, please.
Ken Rowell, Outfront Media, 820 William T. Morris Boulevard. With respect to BOA appeal number 613478, that is on today's agenda for 11:30, applicant Outfront Media filed a written withdrawal letter. We ask to be dismissed without prejudice while we re-engage the community.
I have a motion.
Motion for withdrawal.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Address, Jeff?
15 Bancroft, Ward 11.
For the record, calling BOA 854-009, 15 Bancroft Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street, seeking a deferral. This is one of those unique situations where the zoning falls under JP. The address is in Roxbury. There was confusion on which groups, so we have to continue to work with the community, so we are seeking a deferral.
Okay, yeah, motion to defer. Second. All
You
those in
deferring or
favor?
withdrawing?
Defer.
Deferral.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay.
You have a date of July 30th.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 11:30? Hearing none, we'll call the first case for 10:30. Take those guys. Calling BOA 906-053, 342 to 346 Dorchester Street. This is, they build a 12-by-12 roof deck. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restricted district. Article 68, Section 8, the height is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Tim Houston. I'm the owner for 346 Dorchester Street, apartment 4. And this is my partner, Jeffrey Williams.
Same address.
Can you please describe what you're proposing?
We're proposing a 12-by-12 roof deck directly on top of our unit with private access from a pre-existing 12-by-12 deck that sits on the second floor. Basically,
So the access is from the exterior?
yes, it's from an existing exterior deck.
Okay, and it's a flat roof?
It's a small grade, I think. This is the way the deck is designed, but it's basically
Okay, but there's nothing on the roof now?
just the air conditioning.
How are the plans?
The drawings are adequate.
Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the proponent?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in full support. There was a community process around this. It's just a modest roof deck. We have no concerns at this time. Thank you.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Motion for approval.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? You're all set.
Calling BOA 894-508, 400 to 408 West Broadway. This is erect a new 5-story building to contain retail space on the first floor and 36-unit residential dwellings units above and 36 parking spaces with a semi-automated parking system. The violation is 27S, Section 5. This is in the South Boston iPod. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 68, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the front yard is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Patrick Mahoney, attorney for the project, the business address of 160 Federal Street.
D'Artagnan Brown, architect from the Park, 60 K Street.
Robert Wallace, the developer.
Can you describe the project, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. What we have proposed today is a 36 residential dwelling unit project at 400 West Broadway, along with 34 accessory parking spaces, as well as a bi-level first floor and lower level commercial space fronting on Broadway. The proposed development consists of 4 studio rental apartments, approximately 530 square feet, 20 one-bedroom apartments, approximately 650 square feet, and 12 two-bedroom apartments, 988 square feet. There's a curb cut on Broadway existing. There's an existing small 3-level mixed-use building consisting of retail and 3 apartments that will be raised. The curb cut will be returned. So Broadway will be a contiguous street front and public way. And parking and vehicular access will be maintained from Athens Street. The height of the proposed building is 54.5 feet, consistent with the building that's recently erected to its right at 410, and also consistent with what will likely be the proposed zoning height for that area from Perkins Square into the Hall Road, which would be likely to be a height of 55 feet.
What is the parking requirement and what do you have?
The parking for this area would be 42 parking spaces required. We have 34 parking spaces being provided through a semi-automated lift system.
Not 36.
It's 34 spaces.
34, that's correct.
And does that mean the 17 actual spaces? Because you got.
It's an shuffle system, so you don't have to remove one car to get another car. So there are 34 active spaces.
Okay. Can you walk us through the violations?
The floor area ratio in this area is 1.5. It's Article 68 MFR LS. And we are slightly above that at 3.9. The height in this area is 35 feet. It has not been maintained with the rest of South Boston. The MFR LS was not revised with the rest of Article 68, and with the idea that the new dimensions would be applicable from the area from Perkins Square to the Hall Road. Side yard is 3 feet. There is one portion of a side yard where we are less than 3 feet along the left side of the building. Otherwise, it is maintained. We were cited for front yard and rear yard, but it is a through lot, which would be existing building alignment would apply to both the front and rear on Athens Street side. So we are within those boundaries. There's an open space violation. There was a request in the neighborhood that we do not do roof decks. I think the open space could have been sought with a roof deck, but at that request we incurred another violation for insufficient open space. The parking violation we briefly mentioned, and also would be vehicle maneuverability, and that's strictly because of the semi-automated parking shuffle system.
Wait, so I'm confused. There is or there isn't a roof deck?
There is not. There is not.
How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the project?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this project. It underwent the BPDA's Article 80 large project review process, and we are in support at this time. We'd like for them to continue working with the residents on Athens Street related to construction management. Thank you.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Charlie Levin, Counselor at Flynn's office. I would like to go on record in opposition to this project. We know that the team did show willingness to work with some of the neighbors and abutters on Athens Street to deal with some of the quality of life issues. At the same time, however, the leadership of the Cityside Neighborhood Association relayed to us their concerns about community process. They did have a meeting with the team. It was their impression that they would come back and look to address some of the issues with respect to impacts to parking and design. We'd like to oppose the Cityside was not provided another opportunity to address those issues. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, and we echo Charlie from Councilor Flynn's office. And Cityside has sent us emails saying that they weren't involved with the process.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of Council Lodge, Michael Flaherty. Due to the multiple Article 68 violations, the council would like to look in opposition.
Have you selected a general contractor for the project?
We have not. The Robles has talked to Minor Credits briefly in the hallway.
Okay, well, this is a pretty sizable high visibility project. I would strongly recommend you take the community standards into account. Any other questions from the board? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 915-212, 226 to 228 Newbury Street. This is to build an addition, expand dining to a newly created space, a restaurant fit out. On this permit, work to be done by the building owner on a separate issue. The violation, Article 8, Section 7, use item 37, restaurant is conditional. Article 13, Section 13-1, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Josephine Magua, owner of Piatini.
Patrick Sharkey, architect. David Coughlin, Talanian Realty.
Okay, you want to walk us through the project?
Yes. Basically, Piatini has been in existence for 18 years. The landlord was able to construct a two-story addition at the rear building. They went through the BZA process back in 2016. The addition has been completed, and my client now wishes to expand her restaurant into that newly created space. It's about 1,000 square feet on the ground floor. It's a conditional use permit, and she's been before the Neighborhood Association of Back Bay and has gotten their approval, and we're now seeking approval from this board to expand her restaurant into that space.
Okay. So this is space that was built, that was vacant?
Yeah, I'm the developer of the project. There's some confusion. I don't understand why it's listed that she needs FAR relief, because we've already gotten approval to build the expansion and it's done. So
What was in the space before?
It was a parking lot. So we expanded the building out the back. And I don't have the permit numbers, but we got our approval. I think Josephine has a copy of the approval we got back in 2016 to do it. So, and even at that time, we didn't need FAR relief. So we built the addition, we got them permitted and approved as storage spaces. So now, because we didn't know what tenants were going to lease them or what they were going to use it for.
That's probably the reason, because storage doesn't count against FAR.
Well, but even, with all due respect, we had Guy Grassi do a calculation that showed even if they were included, it didn't trigger FAR relief being needed. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
submit
that's the
those.
calculations.
Those plans were submitted at the time showing we didn't need relief. So now Josephine is looking to have the conditional use of restaurant applied to the expansion spaces.
So, and what is the total square footage of the additional space?
1,000 square feet.
1,000 square feet. And how much of that will be taken up by kitchen, how much is by dining?
About 685 for kitchen, about 3 for the leftover for dining.
So your existing kitchen will be eliminated and will be
Correct.
all moved into this new space? How many additional seats for dining?
Looking at about 38.
Okay. And what's, is your business include a large amount of takeout? Not at
We
all?
have a 37A, but it's very minimal.
Okay. Is there any outdoor seating?
There is.
And that would be unchanged, okay. Other drawings, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the project?
Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Bersani, Giselle Gurr with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We have no questions or concerns, so we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Elliot Laff from Neighborhood Association of Back Bay. Restaurant has been there a long time, and we met with Josephine several months ago. There's no change in hours or outdoor capacity. The restaurant will continue to vent to the ultimate roof. There'll be indoor storage of trash, and we are not opposed to the change.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve, just a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Calling BOA 862-993, 67 to 69 Church Street. This is a change of use from a restaurant to a restaurant and 5 residential units, adding 3 floors to an existing 2-story building. The violation is Article 63, Section 6. The maximum number of dwelling units allowed is 3. Article 63, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 63, Section 8, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 63, Section 8, the building height in feet is excessive. Article 63, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 63, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mark Cass Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass. Attorney for the applicant. With me to my right is Janice Bogle from TJRE Investments and our architect, Anthony Pierre-Marie. This is a proposal to restore a historic building in Bay Village at the corner of Church and Shamet Street, right off Stewart Street. It's the entrance to Bay Village as you're coming into Bay Village on the left-hand side. Most recently, there was a Berluce restaurant on the ground floor, which is now vacant. The proposal is to restore the historic aspects of the building. As you can see in the photos and renderings that we've handed to you, the architect was able to get the original blueprints from the building department and has modeled the restoration of the lower 2 floors of the building on the original blueprints as he's showing here. The addition will be a 2-story vertical addition on top of the 2-story existing building. The original proposal included a half-story above that, but as a result of the community review process, that additional half-story has been removed. So the proposal before you today and the plans on record show a 4-story structure in total. There are...
And that's what the drawings say that Mr. Pisani has?
Yes. The ground floor will remain commercial space, restaurant use, and then the upper floors will consist of residential units, 5 residential.
You don't have that in mind yet.
The existing restaurant was given an option to return, but that has not been fully determined yet. They have not yet exercised that option. The residential units on the upper floors consist of 2 2-bedroom units and bedroom count.
There are sorry. There are 4 2-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom unit. Total of 5 units.
Rental or for sale?
These are
condominiums for sale. The zoning violations set forth in the refusal letter include, this is a row house sub-district within the Bay Village neighborhood. The maximum number of units in a structure is 3, the proposed use is 5. The floor area ratio is exceeded, the maximum in this neighborhood is 2.0, the proposed is 3.6. The building height number of stories, maximum is 3, proposed is 4. We submit it's consistent with the street pattern of the existing buildings. Building height 35, and proposed is 47. Rear yard required is 12 feet, but this building occupies 100% of the lot, being a corner lot. Usable open space is 150 square feet per dwelling unit, which we satisfy in the aggregate for the building, but the roof deck is exclusive to the top floor, so we provide usable open space for that unit, but insufficient for the rest of the other units. So those are the zoning violations.
In this rendering,
yes,
it looks like the building height is not consistent with the rest of the block.
Yeah, perhaps not the best rendering, but some of the side elevations show that the building right behind this one on Piedmont Street, which was developed by the same developer, is a 4-story dwelling consisting of townhouse units very similar in scale and size. The Bay Cove apartment building, which is at the corner of Stewart Street and Church Street, is an 8-story building, and that's right across the street.
No, I understand across the street. I think the block itself.
Yeah, there's a predominance of 3- and 4-story brick row houses along that tiny block of Shaman Street. And then going into Bay Village down Church Street, Bay Village used to be, a lot of the buildings were used for the film industry. Most have been converted to residential use, and there's a wide variety of building sizes and heights along Church Street and Bay Village, some including institutional uses. And then right adjacent to this building on Stewart Street, across Shaman Street, recently approved is a 200-foot building known as 212 Stewart Street. So this 4-story addition is relatively modest as compared to that, which will be right across the street.
See, there's the roof plan, pretty sizable deck. What's the access to it?
The access is through a hatch, roof hatch, not a head house.
Okay. Just in general, this has come up before. When you do renderings, I understand they're not architectural drawings, but sometimes it's a little frustrating when the renderings do not include the view of the roof deck. And they really ought to, because it changes how the building looks. Or as our esteemed architect says, they're ghost roof decks.
Well, good point, but in fact, this is in the Bay Village Historic District, and one of the criteria for approval of roof decks in the Historic District is that they be not visible from the public way. And that's always the goal of citing roof decks in historic districts, is that they not be visible.
It's hard to imagine that's the case. I mean, they go pretty close to the perimeter of the building.
We've set it back, so
not much.
Looking at the sight lines from the sidewalks across the street, that setback, the parapet of the building cuts off the railing for the roof deck.
How high is the parapet of the building?
Yes.
How high? Above the roof.
Above the roof, it's what? Okay, so the roof edge, I should say, not a full parapet. It's the roof edge, and the setback from the roof edge, from the sidewalk to the roof edge, you don't see the top of the railing of the roof deck with that setback.
We've also had several advisory reviews with the Historic Commission, and of course need to go back to them following this process for their final approvals.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the application?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisa Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal, specifically because they did do some modifications by taking off that additional half-story in the head house per the requests of the neighbors and also the neighborhood association. The neighborhood association did vote to support it after that. I do understand that there are major concerns from the abutting building next door. Some folks who are very concerned about the height. Bay Village is the smallest neighborhood, and it is, there's a lot that towers over it, and it's a unique feel. I don't think that the additional 2 stories is necessarily completely out of character, but there are some sensitivities about the height, and I believe you guys have that on the record from neighbors who have written you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union, would like to go on record in support of this project.
Armando Hernandez, I'm a direct abutter, and I'm in support of this project.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Lopez. I'm a long-term resident of the city of Boston. I have my place of business in Bay Village, and I'm in full support of this project.
Hi, I'm Nancy Kahn, and I live directly behind this proposed building. And so,
What's your address?
23 Piedmont. So, I guess my biggest concern is the height of the building, because
In opposition or in support?
not in support.
Not in
Opposition.
support. Okay, hang on. Let me call people who speak in opposition. Okay, anyone else speaking support? Okay, fine. Ma'am, now, anybody here speak in opposition?
So my biggest concern is the height of the building. So I have a rooftop deck as well, and it's going to be, the maximum height for our neighborhood apparently is 35 feet, and this is substantially larger. And so it does add 2 more floors to what is there right now. The lot is zoned for 3 units, and they want 5. And there's no provisions for parking, which will add to a difficult parking situation.
Thank you very much. Anyone else speak in opposition?
Hi, how are you? My name is Mindy Roush. We just moved into 25 Piedmont, Unit 3, so we completely abut that new unit. Our units were built by the same developers. So I think the design, in theory, is beautiful. I just have also a problem with the height in general. Our unit, I believe, is 35 feet in total, and this is substantially higher, 46 feet without the head house, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah? How? You can chime in.
The building next door is 40 feet, the building, and the new building is 47.
40
Proposed
feet without
addition,
without
47.
the railing?
To the roof line, 47
Okay.
feet.
So 7
If you could direct
higher?
it to us,
Okay,
and then
I'm so
we
sorry.
get the question.
So it's substantially higher, and our roof is directly abutting, and there's only, but we have some air conditioner units there, but they're only setting their roof back about 5 feet. So if they could set it back further, that would be great. And the ceiling heights of their units are going to be higher than our ceiling heights. So it wouldn't be by much, but at least some sort of compromise to, I believe theirs is going to be 9 feet high, mine's 8 feet 4 inches, and that would be at least 16 inches for the top 2 levels. I believe they can't change the first 2, but they could change the other 2. And I have a beautiful chandelier in my place, and the ceiling height is adequate. It's not grand, but it's adequate. So that is something that could be, I believe, a compromise. And then the other issue is that the door, there's a restaurant proposed, and the restaurant's door that is in existence now is on the corner, and it's really on Shawmut and not on Church. And they're proposing that the new restaurant door, which I didn't realize until today, is directly next door to where our bedrooms all are. That literally there would be a door that opens up to the restaurant next to my bedroom and next to the other, 3 units of bedrooms. So you open there into the restaurant, and all that traffic would be going right at our bedroom windows, which, if they could move that door to the corner, that would be super helpful to, be on that other corner where there would be much less traffic.
You don't really get involved in redesigning a project at the board level, but...
So just overall, the height, sensitivity to the height, and the, sort of overall amount of people. And I also have an issue with the parking as well, because we have super difficult time finding any parking in the area.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to the board?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just submit for the record, we have a letter of non-opposition from the Bay Village Neighborhood Association, before whom we appeared many times, and also 5 letters of support from various abutters on Winchester Street and Piedmont Street, and Piedmont Street as well.
We have them as well, but we'll take them again.
Thank you so much.
All right, can I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, continued BVDA design review. Actually, it's...
No, that's Bay Village.
Bay Village design review.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Calling BOA 904-425, 210 to 214 Newbury Street. This is Lululemon replacing an existing retailer and adding a cafe on the second floor. The violations, Article 8, Section 7. Use item 36A, takeout restaurant is conditional. Article 8, Section 7. Use item 37, restaurant use is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Paul Gibbs, P.O. Box 274, Sandwich, Mass.
All right, you want to walk us through the proposal?
What they are planning to do is Lululemon is a retail store in Boston. They have several units in Boston, and they're taking the space in this building, 2-level space, first floor and second level, and they're adding a small cafe for customers coming into the store to shop.
Okay.
And since the cafe and the restaurant are both conditional uses,
Obviously, the building envelope's not changing internally.
nothing's changing except the use inside the cafe.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Do you have 2 other cases that are tied to this?
No, not tied to this one, they're in the next one.
This one's separate, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what's involved with the addition of the cafe?
It's a small cafe, basically for customers coming in to shop. It's, they've noticed that over the years, people come in, they don't have a long lunch hour, and they get food, and then they have to run back to their office.
Is there seating?
There's some seating inside the cafe, but not a lot.
Mostly takeout?
Mostly takeout.
Okay. How are the drawings, Mr. Kazani?
Drawings ready.
Is anyone here to speak in favor of the project?
Chairman, members of the board, Giselle Grow with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We held an abutters meeting, and there were absolutely no questions or concerns in regard to this project going in, so we are on the record in support. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Elliot Laffer, Neighborhood Association of Back Bay. There's no cooking involved. This is all material that's going to be brought in, packaged, pre-made and packaged off-site. Small cafe, it's only going to be open when the store is open, and we are not in opposition.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
With takeout language?
Yes, appropriate takeout.
For this house now?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Calling the next 2 cases, calling BOA 193-892, 248 Newbury Street, the companion case BOA 193-887, 248 Newbury Street. This is for outdoor seating to be used, proposed cafe. The violations, Article 8, Section 7, outdoor seating for a restaurant use is a conditional use, 36A, 36, and 37. This is 248 Newbury Street. This is a change of occupancy from retail offices, commercial space, 10 lodges and painting studio with cafe and retail office commercial space, 10 lodges and cafe with seating and takeout. The violation is Article 8, Section 7. Restaurant use item 36, 37 is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Paul Gibbs, P.O. Box 374, Sandwich, Mass.
Okay, why don't you describe this project?
This is a new restaurant, cafe company coming in called Jolly Tea. It's basically a tea shop selling tea to go, and they sell some sandwiches and things like that. What they're replacing the paint bar, which is basically a paint bar where you can they have a cafe with wine. But again, the restaurant would take out both conditional uses, which is why and the outdoor seating is a conditional use as well. The outdoor seating was there, they're just replacing it.
Same number of seats?
Same number of seats, everything.
Okay, and changes in the interior?
Minor remodeling.
How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Anyone here to speak in favor of the proposal?
Chairman, members of the board, Ms. Salvo with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We have no questions or concerns at this time. We had nothing else to add.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Elliot Laffer, Neighborhood Association, Back Bay. First, I want to speak to Mr. Pisani. This is the last time I guess I'll get to speak in front of you, and I want to congratulate you on stepping off the board, and thank you for all the service that you've put in all the years. This is a very small operation. Again, no cooking involved. One thing that's important is that they've agreed to store their trash in barrels indoors and put it out shortly before pickup. If you can put a proviso in for that, that would be wonderful. Hours are 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., very small, and we're not opposed.
Okay. Questions from the board? Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve with the standard takeout language and design review. No design review?
No, just proviso for the trash.
Oh, yeah, and the proviso to put the trash inside until shortly before pickup.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't wear a bow tie today. I don't own a bow tie.
Neither most of us.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 917-199, 97 to 115 Beverly Street. This is outdoor patio seating with 39 seats for A and B burgers on the ground floor. The violations, Article 49, Section 9, outdoor use is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Dennis Quilty, attorney with Dennis Quilty and Miller, representing the applicant, Thomas Holland, owner of A&B Burgers, is with me this morning.
Mr. Quilty, is that the correct address?
It's technically, it's 115. It's a entire block development, but we're 115.
You're 115? I have a note here, it says it was the wrong address, so, okay.
So I think what happened is when it was filed, it was the address of the entire, it's one of the new buildings in the North Station area, and I think they used the entire block address and didn't designate each space.
Clarified. Thank you.
It's just for a way of explanation. It's literally across from the garden, so it's at the corner of Beverly and Causeway Street. Beautiful new building with restaurants, terrific looking. There's a raised outdoor seating area proposed for the space that was built along with the restaurant. The application originally to permit did not include the outdoor seating, so we're here today to ask you to consider allowing that use. It was vetted with the West End Civic, with the Downtown North Association, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. He's in business, doing well, and would love to be able to occupy it in the summer. And may I just say, I didn't get the memo on the bow ties, but I too want to just add my congratulations, Mr. Pisani, for your outstanding public career.
Okay, you want to describe the project?
Outdoor seating for 38 patrons.
That's it, right?
That's it.
Okay, there's nothing there now?
The platform was built for the purpose, this site was built to be a restaurant, the platform was built for the outdoor seating, but it
Okay,
was
so it's
not
just a
included.
question of conditional use, for the use of the seating?
Correct, yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Pisani, I'll ask you how the drawings are.
Drawings are adequate.
Is anyone here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Maria Lanza, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in full support. They've completed a full community process, and we welcome new outdoor seating options in the West End. Thank you.
Yes, now let's do others get ready.
Hello, my name is Sarah Barnett. I'm a resident of Boston, but I've recently completed a 70-unit multifamily residential building in Beverly, where A&B Burgers is located. They're a wonderful addition to the Beverly scene, and we're really glad to have them here in Boston. So congratulations, Tom.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve with, do we need takeout language, you think?
No, but we need a takeout brought to us.
I don't know where the samples are. I guess that must have been lost with the bow tie, especially at this time.
Samples delivered with the next bow tie.
Yeah. So I think we'll approve. Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 917-632-184 Bremen Street. This is a change of occupancy from a convenience store to a barber shop. The violation is Article 9, Section 2, changing a non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good
morning, Chairman, members of the board. Nestor Limas, 73 Maverick Square. To my left, I have the principals.
Hi, my name is Peter Florian, 184 Bremen Street.
My name is Loami Alcantara, Master Barber, 184 Bremen Street.
This is the application requesting change of use. The current occupancy is a convenience store. The petitioners would like to change to a barber shop. The square footage of the barber shop is approximately 900 square feet. It would be taking the existing space and converting it to that use, using the existing bathroom storage area, and ultimately putting 6 barber shop stations. We believe that the impact of the community would be less as it relates to a convenience store. The amount of traffic, convenience store is 10-5 minutes, whereas in the barber shop, the clients either are sitting there for 20 minutes or an hour, so it'd be less impact from a pedestrian perspective and from a traffic perspective. There is parking on the site on Bremen Street, which is a corner of George Visconti. There's approximately 3 spaces in front of the barber shop. On the other corner, there's approximately 2 spaces. The community meeting was had and no objections was taken at that point on February 14th.
How are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Well, I'm consulting with my barbershop consultant here, and he tells me that they're fine.
Except for the waiting area, you have a very small waiting area. I know you guys are good, but for 3, you only have 3 seats for 3 people to wait.
Correct. The stations are on the window side, to the left and to the right, and they'll accommodate that. And there's also some area in front of the bathroom which will accommodate that. They'll add more plants to accommodate the waiting.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, hopefully people won't have to wait too long. Is there anyone here to speak in support of this project?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. During the community process, there were no concerns about this proposal. Therefore, we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on record in support.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition? I have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You're all set.
Thank you.
On the last case for 10:30, calling BOA 916-333, 218 to 220 Hobbs Street. This is seeking to change the occupancy from a 6-unit building to a 7-unit building and renovate. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Article 27T, Section 9, this is in the iPod enforcement. Article 53, Section 8, basement units are forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. Here with James Christopher from RCA, the architects, and the owner of the property at 218 Harv, Mike Stunchins. The proposal before you is to seek to change the occupancy from an existing 6-unit building to add 1 more unit. It's a 5-level apartment. It's over 60% above grade, has a complete walkout in the back of the property. You can see from the topography of the lot on the site picture. It is currently completely sprinklered, will have 2 means of egress, 7-foot 6-inch ceiling height for that unit. That new unit proposed would be 965 square feet, 2-bed, 2-bath. We had a pretty extensive community process. I have a letter here from the Paris Flats Community Association, as well as support from all of our direct abutters. I can pause now to answer any questions that the board has.
Home ownership or rental?
We're proposing rental right now, but it'd be built out almost as condo ready, so it's something.
Are the other existing units?
They're rental.
They're all rental. Yeah. So the height of the basement is 7'6"?
Correct.
And the common utility room, looking at A1, the access is available to all of the...
It is off the common stairwell, Mr.
Okay. I see by the topography that the grade slopes downward significantly, but is it enough that you can have a door out to?
It's going to be a full walk out in the rear.
Full walk out in the rear?
Correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anyone here to speak on behalf of the proposal?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. There were no concerns about this proposal, and also they received the support from the Maverick Central Square Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support.
I assume there's no parking, right?
There is not, no. It's a municipal lot nearby.
Anyone here to speak in opposition? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with continued BPDA design review. It's all interior? All right. So just a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed?
On the 11:30 rediscussions, calling the first case, calling BOA 861-784, 1345 to 1357 Blue Hill Avenue. Blue Hill Avenue here. To the side. Calling the next case, calling BOA 922-089, 430 to 454 Blue Hill Avenue.
Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself.
Are they here?
They're in the hallway.
Yes.
For the record, this is a retail build-out for a cannabis dispensary, including electrical and plumbing work. Violations Article 50, Section 7, Section 19. A cannabis establishment is conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Before you start, just since Mr. Bickerstaff recused himself, the 6 members, you obviously have the option of holding off until we have a full board. It's up to you.
We'll move forward. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Attorney Gary Small, of a business address at 51 Dobson Road, Winchester, Mass. With me today are Kobe Evans, Kevin Hart, with the principals of Pure Oasis LLC. We have Mr. Dan Linsky, who's our security consultant, and we have Mr. Derek Rubinoff, who's our architect. We're here today seeking relief to change the legal occupancy of the building to include a retail cannabis dispensary. The zoning sub-district is the Grove Hall NS, which is neighborhood shopping. And we have one violation, meaning we need to seek a conditional use permit for the property. We are an economic empowerment advocate. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Kobe to go through the plans and go through a little bit of the flow of customers.
As I recall, the reason you're here back for a rediscussion is that those plans were inadequate. So we heard your proposal. Mr. Pisani, how were the plans that we
Drawings are adequate.
Okay, March, go ahead.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon. Obviously, my name is Kobe Evans. I just wanted to talk to you and see if you guys had any questions about the flow of the operation. I have some exhibits here for you to go through. But basically, we had a couple of community meetings, and some of the feedback we got from the community is that they were concerned about loitering on the sidewalk, just based on operational issues. So we had the opportunity to expand into a co-join location at the site, just to keep our customers from queuing on the sidewalk. And so we're going to use that space to make sure that our customers are checked in at the joining space and then flow into the dispensary through a pre-existing opening. At that point, we will have bud tenders on the floor acting as customer service representatives, facilitating ordering, and then we have a fulfillment department which will be secure. That's where the product will be held. In our last discussion, one of the concerns was, would product be packaged on site? And we reached out to our distributor, and they said they have the ability to provide packaged product for an upcharge, but based on the circumstances, it's well worth it. So all the
product will be prepackaged and delivered on site. Again, since the last time we've engaged our attorney, Attorney Derek Smalls, as well as Dan Linsky. Also we have our architect here. And as you can see in our plan, we have a robust security plan to deal with any issues that might come up regarding security.
And let's turn over to Dan. Dan, want to go with security?
Before you do that, so let me just be clear, looking at A1.1, so now the main entry is into that.
Adjacent.
On the right.
Yeah.
And that you did not have control over before, but now you do?
When we rented the space, there was this doorway in between the two sites. And so we didn't take, we didn't think much about it until we met with the community, and they said, well, we're concerned about people on the sidewalk. We said, well, let's just take advantage of the site just to deal with any issues, and then people flow into the dispensary.
Is there any use going on in either of those spaces now?
In the second space, the only use is just to facilitate checking people in.
No,
I'm sorry.
So they're vacant, both?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so now you control both sites through a lease?
Correct.
Okay, and so people walk, as you're looking at it from the drawing, people walk on the right side and then flow into the main?
Yes.
Okay.
The total square footage is what now?
It's a little over 2,900.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead with the security?
Sure, we've obviously put the required Cannabis Control Commission's program in place. I had a robust conversation with the captain from District 2. His concerns, obviously, no police captain is going to come out and support a location. His concerns were more areas around the facility than the facility's location itself being. His thoughts and concerns were people leaving the facility and being robbed or engaged in a violent manner as they go away. So working with the clients, we talked about abilities to work with that, with cameras that we could deploy to the Boston police camera system to supplement that program to help with the areas around the facility as well. We've also talked about details if allowable and if needed to do reimbursable overtime, leaving that to the captain's discretion with his needs in the district and making sure that we have good ongoing relationships. The community groups in the area, I don't know that they are 100% supportive of this project. The mosque and Project Right, I can tell you that those are some of the most supportive community groups I've ever worked with when I was in the police department, and our intention is to make sure if this were to get licensed, we're coordinating with them, getting information, exchanging back and forth to make sure that there's a very minimal impact on any quality of life in the neighborhood around it.
So how many people will be working there altogether?
We're looking at hiring 24 full-time employees.
And at any given time, how many will be in that work?
Between 12 and 14.
Okay, and does that include a security component?
Absolutely.
So how many at a given time security personnel will be there?
So we have one at the front door to check IDs.
Outside or inside?
They're at the front door, so you can't come in until your ID is checked. Then you hit the reception area. At one of the exhibits is the reception area. You're checked in, ID is checked again. Once you make your purchase, your ID is checked, and then we have so it would be one at the front, one at the back. When you're leaving, they check that you're leaving with what exactly you purchased. So one in the front, one in the back. We have a security monitoring room, so 3 people.
But nobody on the street.
So the individual at the front door, depending on flow and volume, can also, perform that function outside the door. And I think, along with the security and the identification process, one of the bigger concerns that I'd had, and the captain addressed it as well, is traffic and parking. So making sure that people are not double parking and causing problems, to move the flow of traffic around the front of the facility if need be. My vision is that they'd be kind of working both in and out of the door to make sure the outside. I'm more concerned about the outside of the perimeter of the building and what's going on in the distances than the inside.
So they're going in the front door and going out the back door? They don't go back out to the front? Or they do?
Well, they come in on the right, go through the dispensary and come out. There's another door. With
Two sides of the security.
Mr. Linsky, on former projects that you've been on, you trespassed people who were caught in the vicinity and abusing any of that stuff. Is that the same process?
Same good neighbor policy. I apologize for not making that known. Spoke with the clients about one of the requirements for my company to engage is that that's the policy that we can put forward to the community, and the clients were fully supportive of that.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chairman, I have here from the certified plot plan, or from the surveyor, with regard to the distance between our parcel of land and the Burke High School. There has been some mention with regard to it being within the required 500 feet. So that is a report from the certified surveyor, the master surveyor, saying that it is outside of the 500 foot.
Mr. Pizzani, how are the drawings?
Drawings are adequate.
Okay, any questions from the board? Anyone here to speak on behalf of the application?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jessica Thomas with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we'd like to go on record to support the project. The petitioners have a safety and security plan put in place to deter illegal sales and activity. There are also economic empowerment applicants who plan to give back to the community.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition?
And thank you, Mr. Pizzani, for your service over the decades. I myself don't wear bow ties. My name is Sister Virginia Morrison Muhammad, and I'm the founding member of the Grove Hall Neighborhood Development Corporation. We've been doing economic development, job training, business establishments up and down the Blue Hill Avenue corridor for over 4 decades. We are in opposition to the cannabis marijuana dispensary in the Grove Hall area. The Grove Hall Neighborhood Development Corporation and its board of directors and its membership consisting of approximately 110 families living in the greater Grove Hall area, some of which are small businesses, owners, and members of local religious institutions and other organizations, vehemently oppose the location of any marijuana recreational establishment in the greater Grove Hall area. Grove Hall Neighborhood Development has been an advocate and activist on behalf of the community for over 40 years. We've been in the forefront of economic development, job creation, small business creation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Yeah.
We are the owner and the direct abutter of the proposed establishment. We built and we own the Mecca Retail Center. There are more than 20 to 30 cars that travel through the Grove Hall area at every single day. The traffic there is horrendous. We are the most densely populated area in the city of Boston, and we are the most soulful community in the city of Boston. Any other place, at any other time, but not in Grove Hall.
Okay.
Project Right, Grove Hall Neighborhood Development Corporation, Muhammad's Mosque number 11, Freedom House, all are here. We are directly opposed to this location.
Okay, so just to be clear, your opposition is not this particular applicant, but the presence of a dispensary in Grove Hall, period?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I see there's a number of people lined up. If you could avoid repeating what has been said and said very articulately, just put your name and address in the record and any other new points you'd like to make, go ahead.
My name is Michael Kozel with Project Right at 320A Blue Hill Avenue. Let's be clear that surveyors note that you were handed when building to building does not follow the guidelines that's set out by the Cannabis Commission that points out the buffer zone for the Burke High School is not to be located within 500 feet of a pre-existing public or private school. The distance under this, the Cannabis Commission's regulation shall be measured in straight line from the nearest point of the property line in question to the nearest point of the property line where the marijuana establishment is or will be located. We have always been consistent about raising this all throughout the whole process when we first met with them, throughout when the 2 community meetings took place, and as we follow through with this. we are concerned, and we've always indicated, I have a map here of what the architectural drawings of what the existing property lines are for the Jeremiah Burke. It's vague, and we've gotten confusing information about what the property lines are for the marijuana establishment. We feel that this whole the whole block where the property owner owns, that he's leased out to the site, it's open in the back. I picked up needles in the back, it's unsecured. I kind of laugh when we're mentioned as a community partner in terms of policing safety. We've had tremendous public safety issues on this site. The New York Fried Chicken place has been brought out 3 times at gunpoint, a few storefronts down. So clearly we are very concerned. We feel that they have not adequately addressed, does this site match with, fall within the 500 feet buffer zone of the cannabis site? We are prepared to ask Burke students and Burke community to raise money to come with an unbiased surveyor that will follow the protocol. Their surveyor did not follow the protocol regarding this site. The one last issue that I'll raise before other people will speak is that their parking space is behind their building. It's on a very narrow one-way street. They need to ensure that that people who are going to try to access their parking will not cut down the wrong way on a one-way street. The other way to access it is a Normie Street. It's a two-way street. There's a lot of gridlock there and a lot of frustration. I do not see, and actually, when Sister Virginia mentioned, yes, 20 to 30,000 cars are traveling there. Rush hour is very elongated throughout the day in terms of that. So we are very concerned about a number of different issues. When they presented their first proposal at the community meeting, it was only for 1,600 square feet. Now it's double the size. They have a new operational team. When I look at the format where other sites go through, they come back and present this, and there's an ongoing dialogue as we go through this. Our process has not gone through that.
All right, thank you. Again, we're concerned about time, so please introduce yourself unless you have something new to say. Just put your.
Hi, I'm Linda Freeman. I'm a Roxbury resident, a former Grove Hall resident. I travel through Grove Hall quite frequently. They have an age-strong population here, along with young children, families, and guardians. We have a population also that has not been significantly addressed, and those are the ones who have physical mobility on rollerbladers and other medical assistive apparatus. I find that having this dispensary there in a very congested, heavily traveled junction is not conducive. I oppose.
Hello. My name is Katrina Shaw. I serve as Chief Executive Officer for Freedom House, a nonprofit located in Grove Hall. Annually, we serve over 2,000 Boston Public School students as well as college students who attend UMass Boston, Bunker Hill Community College, Benjamin Franklin Institute, as well as Roxbury Community College. My concern is the location of the dispensary. Specifically, it is in the walking route for students to get to our building, and I'm not sure that is something that we want to do. Specifically, students who walk from the Jeremiah E. Burke, who we partner with, come directly to Freedom House to take college classes. And on that route, they pass the dispensary. The dispensary is also located where our students participate and will actually get food and other things, so I'm not quite sure that that's the right location. So I'm not trying to prohibit anybody's economic prosperity aspirations, but I am saying that it can't come at the cost of our children. Thank you.
Again, name and address, and limit yourself to things that haven't been said, please.
Good afternoon, Grove Hall neighbors. Good afternoon, Boston neighbors. My name is Deborah Irene Bowling. I live at 18 Schuyler Street in Grove Hall. I am from a family of 14 people. My parents had 12 children. We were all reared in our family home in Grove Hall, where I now live. Many of you know my brother, the late Bruce C. Bowling, my brother, former State Representative Royal Bowling, and my dad, the late Senator Royal L. Bowling. I am here representing myself and my neighbors, but I am also here representing the spirit of people that this community elected to support them year after year after year. And I know in my heart and in my mind that this is not something that former City Council President Bruce C. Bowling would want in his district, nor the late Senator Royal L. Bowling Sr. We have fought. We have been at the vanguard. We have stood in the gap for the people in this community, often maligned, very poor folk, people trying to raise their families and staying on the right side of the law. This cannabis establishment does no good for the Grove Hall District in terms of us bringing positive reinforcement to our children. Now, I'd like to say that our neighborhood representative who just spoke and said that this cannabis group met some of the requirements and there was no option. And I quickly understood that other neighborhood city representatives, when they spoke to what was the community saying relative to that particular project. There's a reason why that wasn't addressed. And the reason is that when we held the community meetings, absolutely, 100%, the community unequivocally was against the placement of the cannabis facility in Grove Hall. So it's not by chance that you don't hear this information. And that's why, by chance, I am standing here before you so that you fully understand what the residents of Grove Hall, the voters of Grove Hall, the families of Grove Hall are trying to do in terms of having some kind of positive control over our community. One last point. And I thank you, everyone, okay? And I understand that we've got a whole list to go. But I need to share with you that this is a community that historically has been ignored. And so sometimes we have to get outside of the box so that we bring this information to you so that you can better understand the totality of our situation. Excuse me, I'm not finished, so please, sir.
You've taken much more time than anybody else.
And there is a reason for that. And I hope and pray that you keep your hearts and minds open, okay? We were given a set of plans in terms of what they wanted to do, okay? Since that, and we spoke very clearly, okay, unmistakably, they knew this was not what this community was asking for, and we did not support it, okay? They have since added on additional square footage. That should be going back to the community for the community to give their additional input. This is not a situation where you're talking about, oh, gee, are you going to add another chair to the barbershop? Okay, that is not this type of situation. The changes are significant enough that if these people they say they want transparency, they say they want to work along with the community, then minimally, we are asking that you require them to go back to the community and get the community's input since they have changed the scope of their project. The last thing that I'd like to say is that we have Mother Caroline Academy. We have the Jeremiah E. Burke School. And as my sister said, we have the Freedom House. We have thousands of children in this area day to day. Not just children who live in the area, but schools within the area. And we would ask that you be sensitive to that as well, as it is written in the ordinance. There was a reason why they said, do not have it within 500 feet. So we're asking you to take heed of that. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your openness.
Thank you. Okay, so there have been a few issues that have been raised that I think it is worth the proponents responding to. One is the dispute over whether it is more or less than 500 feet to the Burke, as well as the proximity to other schools. That's item number one. Also the walking route. And then item number three is the issue of security. It seems that there's this is why I was asking about whether the security personnel are inside or outside, because the issues of security that are being raised are much more outside of the building rather than inside, that have been addressed. So if you want to just respond to those issues.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman. In your handout, if you go to the last page, appendix 6, you'll have the measurements from parcel to parcel, from the Burke's parcel in the parking lot, which is 27 Geneva Ave, to our parcel plan, which is 434. You see on a picture on the left-hand side shows that the distance is 527.5 feet. And from door to door on the right side, it's even more than that. And again, we do have that report from the registered land surveyor in the state of Massachusetts to also bolster that. I'll let Dan Linsky speak to the security issue with regards to the
Can I just add that the back of the building is gated. We're going to replace the whole gate so that you can only access that back area. That's part of the security plan, because we'll be taking, that's our parking lot, so we can gate the whole thing off. So there will be.
Although my sense of the folks who've spoken against the proposal is that they're less worried about that kind of security than about the security of just young people in the neighborhood in general.
That's exactly it, Mr. Chairman. That's the conversation that the Boston Police had. There's some challenges with criminality in the area, and their concern was people going to and from the facility being victims of crime, or even individuals trying to engage people and sell illicitly to people who are going to and from the facility and try and undercut prices and that sort of thing. That's why I talked about working with the captain to identify what the challenges were in the surrounding area, and detail officers being more important, maybe doing patrols in the Grove Hall area surrounding it, and not necessarily standing in the front door supplementing our security team. We also want to look at technology solutions for that, where we can provide cameras that, through Mutual Link, which Boston Police has, the district or operations can also see cameras in the area for troubles in hotspot areas, as well as some conversations similar to what we had with another client on Newbury Street, where the community wanted deployable cameras that they could kind of move around to hotspot areas should challenges occur, and the police can kind of make use of the resources in that way. As far as the children walking to and from the facility, obviously a concern of ours as well. It is an adult 21 and over facility. You can't enter into it. Unlike some of the liquor stores in the area that kids can go in and buy a candy bar, we'll be making sure, and I agree, our security obligation is more to the area surrounding it and the approaching routes around the facility, and that's what we intend to work on. Similar to kind of the outreach work that you see at Pine Street Inn. They have workers who deal with clients and the environment around the Pine Street Inn that go out to make sure that the people who utilize that facility aren't causing extra concerns for the community.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, indeed.
You don't mind?
No.
Mr. Linsky, how many cameras are at the facility?
We have, I think, 53 in the internal security plan, but I'm not sure. I've got a couple different plans we've been involved with. We've got every square inch of the facility is under view, and the outside and perimeter, all 360 of it is under view as well, and we're trying to make sure that we get camera views up and down the facility. We also want to supplement the Boston Police Homeland Security cameras, and if there's any views that they don't have, I know currently they have Blue Hill Avenue and Grove Hall and Blue Hill Avenue going down towards Quincy Street. If supplementing them on side streets and areas of concern would be helpful, we want to look to do that.
Again, can I have a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to approve, difficult decision, but I'm going to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review and specific language that says these proponents are the only ones that can use this license, and this is a recreational license, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's what my motion is.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I oppose. Just 5 votes.
No, that's full board.
Yeah, full board. Don't have a full board.
We're 6,
Chairman
right?
has to vote.
We're 6. I voted against 5.
Okay, then the chair will, then in that case, the chair will vote, and the chair will vote in favor of the motion. The motion passes. I would say the emotions and issues that have been raised by the community advocates were very powerful and very persuasive, and I would really strongly urge, you've been granted the approval to do this, you better make sure that you work with folks in the community to make sure that this license is not getting abused.
Mr. Chairman, we will continue to work with folks in the committee on this. Without fail.
Calling the next case, BOA 851-215-106 Forest Hill Street. This is to raise the existing building and erect a 3-story building with 9 residential units and 10 parking spaces. Violations, Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking and loading insufficient number of off-street parking spaces. Article 55, Section 8, a multifamily is forbidden in the 2F sub-district. Article 55, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 55, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. And Article 55, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Attorney Jeff Drago and Toscano, with an address of 15 Broad Street. We also have Dan Artigas and Barb with me today. This proposal before you is to restore and relocate an existing structure at 106 Forest Hills, which will also erect a 3-story addition for a total of 8 units. These would be condominium units and 10 parking spaces. Just to give you a little background, we have been working with the community on efforts to improve this project since November 28th of 2017. Over that period of time, we've been able to change and modify this project from raising the existing structure, which is something that the community was vehemently against, to rehabbing, restoring, and building an addition of similar appearance, which keeps the historic nature of the building on this project. We also worked with the community on keeping one of the trees in the on the property, maintaining it, and also bringing on an arborist to make sure that during construction and any activity, that tree would be maintained. Some of the other points was to keep the existing structure, but also rehabbing and restoring, to move our driveway access as far away from the tree as possible. In the meantime, we've eliminated most of our violations. We only have 3 remaining, one of which is use. It's a 2F 9,000 district, and we're proposing 8 condominium units. Our FAR is close. 0.6 is what's allowed. We're at 0.66. And building height, although it matches the existing structure at 3 stories, 39 feet, 10 inches, what's allowed is 2.5 stories and 35 feet. Just a point to note, we did get the unanimous approval of the JP&C board, and working with them, we also have a number of our butters who are here as well. The only point to note is in the last couple of meetings, the abutters did, we have over a 1-for-1 parking ratio, which eliminates that parking violation. They are asking now that we reduce the parking to 8 units, 8 parking spaces. We didn't want to entertain that right now, as we had deferred already 3 times on this project. So, I'll leave that up to the discretion of the board, but the plans that you see still have 10 parking spaces, which eliminate that violation. So, on those points, I'm sure the board has questions. We can pause and answer any.
Okay, so just walk us through the violations.
Yep, so there's 3 remaining, so we've eliminated all of our dimensional. So use, 2F 9,000 is allowed, we have 8 units. FAR is close, 0.6, we're at 0.66 on this project. And then building height. So we are matching the existing structure. So by doing so, it's 39 feet and it's 3 stories, and what's allowed is 35 feet, 2.5 stories.
Okay, how are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? These are condos, right?
Correct.
All right, how many, I'm sorry, how many?
8. We're down from 14 originally.
Is there anybody here to speak on behalf of the application?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support, mainly because they have spent a substantial amount of time working out their issues with the abutters and also have gained the approval of the JP Neighborhood Council. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Will Poff-Webster from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. We'd also like to go on record in support. This has been a long community process, but appreciate the way the applicant has worked with the neighbors, the neighborhood association, and the abutters. Also just want to highlight the importance of the parking situation. We don't often see people asking for less parking, but this is actually a very transit-oriented area. It's just 0.3 miles from the Green Street T station. So all the abutters were at the last Jamaica Lane Neighborhood Council meeting and were in unanimous support of the parking being reduced to 8, and that was a proviso included in the Neighborhood Council vote of support. So we would also request that the parking be reduced to 8. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of the Council Michael Flaherty, echoing the sentiments of Councilor O'Malley's office, Council to go on record in support.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
Well, I'm not in opposition on a butter, but I just want to say that they've worked with us, and it's been a long community process. And so, as Will said, we are in agreement. All the abutters unanimously want the parking spaces reduced from 10 to 8, and we support that variance. But they've been great in working with us and getting the building and saving the old building and helping us actually save the 200-year-old beech trees that is there. And so in reducing the parking spaces, we feel that it will also help the old beech tree, give that a chance, keeping the parking as far away as possible from the beech tree. And also, you've got the Green Street Station, which is about an 8-minute walk from there. So all in all, I think everything, they've addressed all our concerns and have agreed at the last meeting to work with us even when construction works. So I'm in support of what the project
Could you put your name and address for the record there? Ma'am?
Your name and
Could you put your name and address on for the...
Cartier, 43 Glen Road. I'm an owner there, and I'm a direct abutter. It's right in my backyard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I, any questions from the board? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval of BPDA design review.
Second. What are you doing about the parking spots?
The approval includes the reduction of the parking spots.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Calling BOA 787-634, 500 to 502 East Broadway. To raise the existing single-story building and erect a new 3-story mixed-use building to include commercial space with 4 residential units. The violation is Article 68, Section 8. The height requirement is excessive. Article 68, Section 33. Off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8. The floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard setback requirement is insufficient. And Article 27S, Section 5, this is in the South Boston iPod. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is James Christopher, RCA LLC with Project Architects. The proposed project here is to construct a 3-story mixed-use building with commercial grade, 4 residential units, all 3 of the units are 2-bed, 1 bath, one being a 1-bed, 1 bath. The commercial space is proposed for 1,310 square feet on the first floor and 1,157 square feet in the basement. This project, we had an extensive review with the direct abutters. I believe that the current iteration, as it's laid out, is more in line with what the neighbors had hoped to see there, including a reduction in units, height, and the removal of parking. Parking is still a concern with the abutters, but the owners are committed to working to find a long-term lease off-site parking. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
James?
Yes, sir.
Are these the current drawings on file dated 12/18?
The drawings have been refiled, and the set that I just gave you, Mr. Bizzani, the 11 by 17 set is current. The refusal letter is based off of those current drawings.
The date on these is, yeah, it's 12/18.
Thank you.
And speaking of which, how are the drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Is there someone who would like to speak in favor of the proposal?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We believe, again, with this deferral, they have been able to address all of the concerns of the direct abutters, and we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Overcash. I'm a co-owner and resident in the building that is immediately to the west of the proposed site. With the exception of fixing the retaining wall, I'd like to go on record in support.
Tim Burke at 496 East Broadway, and the same issue I have is the retaining wall needs to be replaced, and as long as there's no parking causing traffic jams, I'm good with the escort project.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition?
Property at 15 G Street, which abuts the back of the building. I oppose it based on the parking, the size, and the, I have concerns about the retaining wall that actually hits a large portion of my property.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Charlie Levin, Counselor at Flynn's office. We'd like to go on record in opposition. As we've heard from the Gator Heaven Neighborhood Association is opposed, as well as several of the neighbors and abutters have talked about impacts to parking and quality of life issues. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, Assistant Council Michael Flaherty. Due to the multiple violations under Article 68 and the effort that went into drafting Article 68, the council is opposed to this project. And I'd also just like to thank Mr. Pisani for his years of service to the city. Wish him the very best in the future.
All right, any questions from the board? Can I have a motion?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we're going to take a brief break, five-minute recess, and then meeting 5 minutes. motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Calling the next case for 1130, calling BOA 866-128, 11 Hudson Street. Also, I think it's 13 Tyler, so we're going to figure that address out in a few minutes. This is to replace an existing box sign with a new channel letter sign, the same size. The violations, Article 11, Section 6. Billboards is a forbidden use. Name and address for the record, please. Could we get a correction? Is it 11 Hudson or is it 13? Oh, is it 12 Tyler?
It's 12 Tyler.
All right, so it's 12 Tyler Street.
12 Tyler Street.
Name and address for the record, please.
12 Tyler Street, Boston.
Your name?
Your name and address.
My name is Lorraine C. The business is Sunshine Shop.
And the address is 12 Tyler.
12 Tyler.
Are either of you going to speak?
My name is Hayruza, and I work for Sunshine Travel.
Yeah, my name is Suha. I work for Sunshine Travel.
Okay. All right. Will you tell us what you're proposing?
Yeah, my proposal is the sign is existing for like 20 years, and the sign originally was for Mohegan Sun, and then the sign has been there for 17 years. I work for Mohegan Sun, and then I lost the contract for Mohegan Sun, and then I changed to work for Foxwood a year later, and then the sign company said that they can change it for me, so then I let them change. So they changed the face. The frame is the same. They just changed the face.
This is a conventional sign or an LED sign? Regular sign?
It's an illuminated sign.
It's LED.
It is LED. Okay. Okay, so this is a...
It's on the building.
So does it say Foxwoods now?
It says Foxwood now.
Okay, so we're seeking approval after the fact.
It's already up, yep.
Okay, so we're seeking approval after the fact.
Correct.
That's right.
I have a letter from Chinatown Business Association and also from the resident associations in the neighborhood.
Okay. Mr. Pisani, are there drawings of...
There's a photograph. I'll pass it down.
Okay. All right, is there anybody here to speak in support of the proposal?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Dan Chen Xu from Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record and support this application. After last hearing, the owner and proponent addressed the neighborhood's concerns by taking off the lights during the night and also reach out to more neighborhood groups. At this point, we foresee no further concerns, so we would like to go on record and support. Thank you.
Anybody else? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Do they need review?
It's already out.
Right. Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 858-537, 112 Moore Street. This is a change of occupancy from one-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, insufficient lot size. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loitering. None is proposed. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Attorney Lauren Scatino, 245 Sumner Street, Suite 110, East Boston, Massachusetts. And with me is Santiago Lasperla, the owner of the property. We're here today seeking just a change of occupancy from a one to a two family. The occupancy change will remain within the footprint of the building. We have 4 violations currently. One is insufficient lot size. We're at 1875 and we're required 2,000. Excessive FAR, which is questionable, but we would be seeking a variance on that as well as insufficient open space, and we would need a variance for 1 parking space for the extra unit. We had a chance to meet with the Harborview Neighborhood Association as well as the abutters, and I've provided the board with a letter of support from the neighborhood association.
Other drawings, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Is anyone here to speak in favor of this project?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record and support the applicant complete the community process with the butters meeting, and also a request by the Neighborhood Association. They obtain the support from the group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lydia Edwards. I'm District 1 City Councilor. I want to go on record supporting resoundingly the applicant and his very long process to get here. So I wanted to acknowledge the work he put in, and I'm happy to support him.
Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Thank you, Councilor. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with continued BPDA design review. Second. It's exterior work, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
All right, just I'll approve it then.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All opposed? You're all set.
Before I call the last two cases, I'm going to call Blue Hill Ave again. Is 1345 to 1357 Blue Hill Avenue here? No? Okay, so it's now 140. I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? That motion passes.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 859-149, 251 to 253 Meridian Street. This is BR Incorporated, proposes to operate a cannabis establishment at 253 Meridian Street, East Boston, to be co-terminus medical marijuana dispensary and recreational retail marijuana. Alterations to an existing building to include typical interior and exterior upgrades for retail establishment, as well as an establishment for access control measures and security systems. The violation is Article 53, Section 11, a cannabis establishment use is conditional, and Article 53, Section 11, accessory storage to main use in basement is 1,000 square feet is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney for the applicant VR Inc., also known as Berkshire Roots, joining me at the table.
Andy Newsborough, General Counsel of the company. Frank Demarinis, Civil Engineer, Project Engineer.
Ben Hildebrand, I work with Sage Engineering.
Mr. Chairman, we're here today seeking a conditional use permit to operate a cannabis establishment at 253 Meridian Street. The locus is in a community commercial zoning sub-district of the neighborhood, East Boston Neighborhood Code. The host community agreement, which I would like to file a copy with the board, specifies the hours of operation as 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday. The host agreement also specifies that the City of Boston shall receive a quarterly payment of 3% of the gross sales. We're seeking to operate both a medical and recreational retail marijuana in shared space. Part of the submittals filed today are a brochure of Berkshire Roots. It is a vertical provider of marijuana. It is the largest grower in the Berkshire County, and in Pittsfield operates a existing dual medical and recreational marijuana retail store. As the board would note, there's numerous postcard size descriptive items describing the type of product, not only the traditional knowledge, but SOVs, what we think of a marijuana site. It also shows that there is a large number of other municipal medical uses, SOVs in particular, and descriptive of what those SOVs do. The location is at the street and basement level. The basement of approximately 1,000 square feet is secured for the product, for storage of non-controlled product, employee lockers and lunchroom. The street level, 1,200 square feet, has dual entrance and exits. As shown on the map, you would enter into a vestibule where your ID would be checked and scanned. Then you would be buzzed into the secured retail area. There is no loose everything is packaged and barcoded at the wholesale facility. When a selection is made, the package, prepackaged is produced. Again, the barcode is scanned and the ID of the customer is scanned, and he exits out an independent door to the right as you face the building. Interior will have security cameras as well as security cameras mounted outside. The applicant has been in touch with the local captain in East Boston on a need to coordinate. The IT system can be integrated into the Boston Police Department system. So there's increased outside enhanced security. There will be no facilities for gathering outside, no benches. The building, in addition, the current building is in a somewhat state of disrepair. The current store has been vacant for a number of years. The facade of the building will be rehabbed. There will be the introduction of a tenant in the building. If you look at the photographs submitted, the streetscape is made up of numerous retail establishments. Within 50 feet of the store is the MBTA bus stop. I have also submitted a traffic study that has determined that the traffic effect will be de minimis. The brochure and the material contained in the brochure indicates that this is an ongoing established applicant, qualified, and will be ready to continue its product service in the city of Boston. As you know, the product is not creating any fumes. There will be no smoking, sniffing, or vaping in the area. The applicant leaves the premise with a sealed container bag. Also, in the bag is notice of how to comply with the law, where you can and cannot consume the product. Additionally submitted is a copy of the Boston Zoning Code Amendment, which talks about cannabis establishments shall be sited at least 1/2 mile from another existing, and I stress the word existing, cannabis establishment, and at least 500 feet from any pre-existing public or private school. Submitted also are the maps, the radius map and a diagram of these existing schools. And not to minimize the importance of this board's approval, it is only a part of the process to be licensed to sell marijuana in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. To give the board some appreciation of the cannabis control process, over 500 applicants have been filed with the commission over the past 2 years, and 12 have been approved.
Okay. So we're now getting pretty experienced at dealing with dispensary applications, and the same set of issues kind of come up over and over again. So I'd like you to speak to them. First, this is the first one that I can recall that's a combination of medical and recreational. How does that work functionally? Is there a separation internally, or I mean, is there one place people with prescriptions go, another place people don't?
When they walk in, if they wish to consult, there is a consultation room as soon as they are qualified, over 21, to enter into it. As the brochure shows, there is a difference in menu, product, and also a number of online sites. The idea is by entering and scanning the product, we develop a database for inventory control, but also for the Department of Public Health.
But my question is,
there's no distinction.
There's no physical separation?
No.
Okay.
And my understanding
that's I was looking for just a yes or a no.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to submit 33 letters of support.
Okay.
And note that Eagle Hill voted to support.
Can we talk about the security issue?
Yes.
Thanks. Tell us what provisions are being made for security.
Entry into the retail area is by buzzer once the prospective customer is certified as qualified, there are security officers there. There's product, there is no loose product. There is a counter.
So there's no security personnel outside the facility? You enter by buzzer, and your first encounter is with a security person?
No, you enter into the vestibule or lobby where there's security and you are checked. Then you are buzzed into the retail.
Okay, so you walk into a vestibule, and a security person's there.
Yes.
And then they check whether it's appropriate for you to be there.
Well, not only check, they will scan your ID.
Yeah, okay.
And then you will be buzzed into the retail section.
Assuming it's appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. And then are there further security people inside?
Yeah, there'll be security people in there plus security cameras.
So what about security cameras on the outside or the inside? Both?
Both.
Okay.
How many security personnel?
At any given time?
We're going to have a minimum of 3 in the beginning, and as the newness kind of wears down, it will be limited to 2.
And they're inside at all times, or they're outside?
They could be in or out. If we have 2, there could be someone outside of the facility, but definitely one on the inside. And they are checked. The patrons are checked before they come in the facility. We have a special camera and a buzzer where they have to show their ID, their medical card, or their ID before a security card will buzz the front door open, and then they're checked again when they come in the vestibule.
How big is that? I mean, will there be a pileup of people?
They won't be let in the vestibule if it exceeds the occupancy level that's allowed by the building code.
Which is what?
In this situation, I want to say it's 4.
Does that mean there'll be people lined up outside?
The experience is that once the novelty wears off, you don't have the lines. Brookline, as an example, was anticipating large crowds. They had.
But I don't think they're set up quite the same way.
Yeah. The concern by town officials, they were anticipating large.
No, I understand that. It's the vestibule that I'm asking about.
In Pittsfield, we have 3 open right now, and the lines have already died down to non-existent. People are walk-in, serviced, and then sent out. There is an online system that speeds things up, and what also will lessen the need of a line in our situation, everything's pre-packaged. There's no deli style at our facility, so everything is packaged. It's very quick turnaround. So those things don't happen, whereas in Netta and Northampton, they have deli style. It takes a lot. They have to weigh it out in front of the customer and then package it. Everything we have is sealed, packaged, and like I said.
All due respect, and we're not Pittsfield, we're Boston, so Boston's totally different, as far as that is concerned. East Boston's a very highly populated neighborhood. So I know you can see the comparisons. I mean, as you heard in the past, I'm sure you listened to a couple, they had, you're working with the Boston Police in this, a security system's in play. I think those are some of the things we want to hear about, other than, there's going to be 3 security officers. Are they working with the police? Is there something set up with them? Are they going to be able to maintain crowds that are going to be outside? Are the people where other retail stores, are they going to be impaired by, lines to the chairperson? You just said, how deep are they going to go? And Brookline's different as well as Boston, so let's just stick to Boston and let's not use other.
No question. We've met with and discussed with Captain Kelly McCormick in East Boston. I met with him myself personally. We've talked to him about that, and we're going to be coordinating very carefully with him. Okay. With respect to something that Mr. Demarins just said a moment ago, we are starting to develop technology that will allow us to mitigate the impacts of any lines we might have. One of the strategies we're using is an online component. You may have read about this in the press, where we can have appointment or online ordering. And therefore, instead of having someone go through the traditional point-of-sale process, that person can pre-order products that we know are packaged on-site. They come, they pick up, they leave.
Where do they pick it up? At the same vestibule?
No. Inside the retail area, there are 2 cash registers near the egress-exit corridor to go out a separate entryway.
My concern with the size of the vestibule is it's basically 8 by 8. It's the size of an elevator. So the real question comes about is how many people can you actually have stacked up in that vestibule? vestibule without spilling out into the sidewalk.
We anticipate coordinating during the opening process with the Boston Police. We've already met with them, that there'll be police details.
Right, but I mean, it's really ultimately, it's your responsibility, it's not about the DPD's responsibility. How many people will be full-time employees at the location?
Yeah, 12 full-time equivalents.
Total or at any given time?
Total, we'll have at least 12 full-time equivalent employees, so there'll be part-time people that may.
But, well, so if someone were to walk into the store and at any point that it's open, how many people will be there at that time?
I would say 8 to 12, depending on. In the beginning, it could be. It will be 12 in the beginning.
Including security or not?
Including security, yes.
What are your hours of operation?
The agreement with the host agreement specifies what those hours are: 9 to 7 Monday through Saturday, and 11 to.
So 9 to 7 is a 10-hour shift. So is it broken up into 2 5-hour shifts? I'm just trying to get at how many people are actually there. It seems like 12 people for 10 hours. I don't know how that works.
We're obviously going to be complying with whatever state labor laws are. We anticipate in the early going that there will be about 12 people in the building. This is, how many square feet is this?
1,200.
It's about 1,200 square feet. We think there'll be about 12 people in the building in the early stage of this, and then we think as public enthusiasm for this dies down, we wouldn't be surprised if that number drops in half, marginally.
How many people can you service? So we got 4 in the vestibule. How many can be in the vicinity? The facility, excuse me.
There's 5 registers. One is dedicated for medical use, and one is dedicated for online use. And so we anticipate that we'll have about 20, maximum about 20 people inside the retail area, patrons.
So there's 5 registers. One's dedicated to medical, one's dedicated to online, and 3 for
3 others for recreational.
Okay.
And then how many people do you think you're going to serve daily?
That number is going to definitely deviate over time. In the long run, we don't see all 5 registers being used. That's just to handle the initial first few months.
You've done a study. I don't mean to be impatient, but you've done a study. You know how many people are going to come in there. How many people are you going to service? 12 people at a time, right? Or 20 people at a time, you said. How many people daily do you think you'll have?
Well, right now, we're thinking approximately about 250 to 300 in the long run.
And what's your guess about how the breakdown between medical and recreational?
And that's something that changes, again, throughout time. In the beginning, right now, we only have medical patients in the Pittsfield facility. But since we're going to be opening while rec is open, it very well could be probably 20% medical and 8% recreational.
All right, well, I mean, I know that people who want to testify, I'm sure there'll be more questions.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm looking at the plans on A1.1. I see in the back of the building is an open-air courtyard, which is about 18 by 7, 15 by 3. Is that your property as well?
That is.
That's the part of the premise which is secured by a gate in the rear.
So people don't congregate in that open air?
No.
Okay.
Just emergency egress out.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone here to testify in favor of the applicant?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office for Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support for this proposal. The applicant complete the community process with a public meeting in October 11, 2018, and also they present in front of the Eagle Hill Civic Association, who the group also support this proposal. Thank you.
I am Berna Pallavicini, and I support them. I think they be good for the neighborhood. They are honest, they are professional, And what I can ask for more. And I believe in the American law. No religion, no color. That means, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marita Pallavicini. The lady just before me was my mother. She's the owner of the building. I'm a business analyst and project manager. My family purchased the building in 1995. I also have a building on 350 Sumner Street in East Boston, and we own another building 4 Neptune Road. So we have a lot of vested in this community. We spend a lot of time in East Boston. For over 25 years, about 25 years, we have run a store, a boutique, wedding clothes, first communion, baptism, and we've gotten to know the community closely. I mean, we care for the community. We treat people with respect. We have strong moral ethics, and we're fair. And when we decided to close the store and lease out the commercial space to Berkshire Roots, we didn't take it lightly. We did our research. I spoke to our tenants. I spoke to local people. And there were people that opposed it. There are some there that also approve it. But I think they will be good for the community. They will have a lot of positive impact. I know there's an opiate crisis in East Boston, and I know that it will alleviate some of those concerns right now.
Okay.
But I really think that these folks, they already have experience, strong work ethic, and they will do a lot of good for the community.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Can people please keep their remarks brief if you're speaking in support or in opposition? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anthony Belanti. I'm a lifelong resident of East Boston. I'm in support of this project because I supported the one up at McClellan Highway in East Boston, and I think it's a good idea to have more than one location to help alleviate any one neighborhood from getting inundated with the traffic.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else speak in support? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Given that there's a large lineup, I would ask that people put their names and address on the record and keep your comments brief and don't repeat what others have said before you. Councilor.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Lydia Edwards. I'm the District 1 City Councilor. I want to commend all of my constituents for being here today, both those who are for and against. And I really want this conversation to not be anything emotional, but to really talk about the highest and best use for this industry in East Boston. And when I think about locations that are the highest and best use, I think of locations that are by the T, that are locally owned, that are locally controlled, and the building is actually owned by folks who live in East Boston. And this location doesn't meet any of those things. Matter of fact, it's up in a bottleneck where the traffic is, up Meridian Street. There is not parking around it sufficient even for the current businesses. So we do not expect, or we expect that when this business opens, people will be driving there because they're not going to be walking from the T, and that they're not going to be taking the bus. That we don't believe a majority of people are coming there that way. We think there'll be an inundation, there'll be congestion, and that is a zoning concern. There is another option, and I think it's important that you have to consider that because the two options before you are within that same half-mile buffer zone. So while we have 2 HCAs coming up, it looks like you guys will be deciding which one is the best for East Boston. And I'm asking you as a district city councilor, despite the professionalism of these men, they have been nothing but responsive to my office. They've talked greatly about their business. They are not the best for East Boston at this time. We have one that is by the T, locally owned, veteran owned, and also minority owned. And I think that that is the best for right now in East Boston. I hope that you'll make the right decision and deny this application right now. They have a lease. They can find another location, maybe again in East Boston, but I think we have outlined priorities for this industry, when they're going to come, and the fact is there's going to be growing pains, that's for sure. I prefer to go to those growing pains with locally folks who live in East Boston than a corporation from Pittsfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. The Councilor made a lot of points that would ask the other speakers not to repeat.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Paula Luisa Di Camilo, and I was here 2 weeks ago when Madam Chair, Ms. Christine Arrojo, was here. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the 466 and plus residents of East Boston who are opposed, strongly opposed to the location of this proposed marijuana establishment. And I would like to thank you for your attention and consideration to the information that we presented to you prior to these meetings. Today, we also presented new information, and for your reference, the new information is in bold so that you can draw your attention to it in an efficient way. Basically, with the new information, we would like to point out that there is a treatment center on the same side of the block, just on the very next block, less than 250 feet away from this proposed marijuana establishment, that has been a long time, very good treatment center that treats alcoholics. So in light of that, we believe that opening this proposed marijuana establishment would be in conflict with the services that establishment provides. And then we also have about a short 1.5 blocks away, the North Suffolk Mental Health Facility that treats people also, has been very successful in treating other types of addictions. So we want those two facilities to be successful. We want their patients and their people to continue making progress and not to have relapses. We've made a lot of progress going forth in East Boston. We don't want to go backwards. Okay. We're living in 2019, so that's the first thing. The second thing is that,
please.
Yes, I will try to be very, very quick. Again, I'm pointing out new information as opposed to old information. We have the residents who strongly oppose, I should point out not only this location, but the other one in Maverick Square. We are made up of a community of mothers, fathers, uncles, aunts, older siblings, older cousins, grandmothers, grandfathers, neighbors, and other concerned residents. We truly care about the well-being of our children and our teens, and we are working very hard with them so that they will be successful not only on a daily basis, but their futures will be successful. We have many students who will be first-generation college students. And we also have many that, if they choose not to go to college and go into a vocational program, we want them to be successful as well. We believe that in this location, we are sending mixed messages to our youth. Our youth and our adolescents are at a critical time in their stage of life where they're very impressionable and they're easily influenced. We strongly believe that as a community opposing this location, that we have an obligation to support. And we also. No. But you allowed other people to speak.
Yes, but
and just because this happened at the very.
Much longer than anybody else.
No, that's not true.
Excuse me, ma'am. What you're talking about is the very idea of the medical. We are not debating whether medical marijuana is appropriate or recreational is appropriate. In general, we're talking about this location at this time. You've made your point. If you have anything else to say, please say it now. And
yes, I would like to clarify.
A whole bunch of people behind you who have just as much right to speak as you do.
I realize that, but we were here at the time when the hearing was supposed to be scheduled, and we waited patiently for our turn.
We've been here all day too, as long as everybody else.
I'm sure other people want to have the opportunity behind me.
Well, give them the opportunity,
to be able to express.
Then give them the opportunity.
What they need to express. I'm truly aware of that.
Thank you very much.
And I thank you for your additional consideration. And we urge you as a community of 466 plus residents of East Boston to strongly not approve the location. We don't have a problem with Berkshire Roots, but we have a problem with the proposed location.
Understood.
Thank you very much for your attention and concern in giving me the opportunity to speak today.
I hope that the people who are behind you will be a little bit more careful about your time you consume. More respectful.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Ana Maria Di Camillo, and I live on Meridian Street. I'm a resident of East Boston. I'm opposed to the location because the traffic now on Meridian Street is terrible. Meridian Street is a major artery that leads to harbor tunnels and airport access. And this leads to lots of cars, taxis, Uber, and Lyft, delivery trucks along Meridian Street. Every year, flight traffic increases at Logan, bringing more and more congestions to streets in East Boston, and especially on Meridian Street. We also have the problem of the McArdle-Meridian Street Bridge, continually opening throughout the day, and this leads to even more traffic up and down on Meridian Street. Please consider this voice and the voice of about 400 people who signed the petition.
Okay,
and I hope my voice and the voice of the 400 people is not a voice in the desert.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we've heard about proximity of addiction treatment centers, about traffic issues, about congestion. If you have something else to say, please say it. Otherwise, just put your name and record in for the record.
Laura Corrales, 39 Princeton Street. I submitted an 11-page letter that I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at. Many issues with this location. I live right around the corner from this location, so I won't get into traffic, but I just want to, for the record, say that we never saw any kind of traffic study, and I can't imagine a traffic study that says that this would be a good location. Going back to parking, because I watched the videos of your last meeting, the hearings, and I know that you guys normally are asking questions about parking. I would like to say that every marijuana dispensary, pot shop, whatever you want to call it, in the state so far either has parking and or an auxiliary lot running shuttle buses on an appointment schedule to the locations. The Milk Street location, which is in downtown Boston, which is currently medical, is soon going to be recreational, has 6 parking garages within a walking distance. The one that opened in Brookline, I don't want to dwell on Brookline, but because it was referenced earlier, part of the reason they don't have a problem, they have a parking lot which they use to have the lines of people sitting in, and they also are within walking distance of over 660 parking spaces in 5 lots and garages. We don't have parking garages in Boston, in East Boston. We have very small, a couple lots. And I live right around the corner. If this shop goes in this location, my block is going to be the de facto parking lot for this facility because it's resident parking, but up to 2 hours without a permit. This is going to impact the entire neighborhood, very specifically my block, so I don't mean to be selfish, but I'm never going to be able to park on my street. The other, no, I don't want to dwell. I want to save your time, but can I just show you a map? Is that okay? I put a lot of time in this, as you will know. So I just want to show, just to illustrate some of the points that were made earlier about the traffic. I don't know if you can see from here, but she speaks for us. This is the proposed location of Berkshire Roots. Okay, this is Meridian Street. It is one way in each direction with a line of cars parked on both sides of the street. There is a bus stop serving 4 routes that's right here. There are always piles of people on the sidewalk waiting for the bus. As the woman before me mentioned, there's a drawbridge at the end of the street that goes up about 5 times a day for sometimes as long as 20 minutes. At the other end of the street, we have the traffic coming in from the tunnel. We have this roundabout. This park, by the way, the city just spent $3.5 million reconfiguring traffic patterns around this park to help alleviate congestion. There's all the people going to the shopping plaza. So I don't understand what's going to happen when all the Ubers coming from the airport, because people are saying the traffic is going to let up when the novelty wears off. We're going to be the first stop off of the airport. You know, people are getting off the plane, looking on their weed maps, and trying to figure out where they can get their pot. Well, guess where they're going? East Boston. So the people in the Ubers, I don't know they're going to double park in the middle of the street and just block traffic. There's literally nowhere for people to go. There's nowhere for anything.
We appreciate,
all I have to say.
We appreciate the visual aid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, again, I don't want to repeat myself.
I'll be very brief. My name is Jim Corrales. I live at 39 Princeton Street as well. A lot of the issues that we're going to talk about were already covered. What has not been brought up yet was how the deliveries were going to be made. Again, this is a one-way street. I mean, this is a one-lane street with a bus stop right next to it. There's no place to drop off product without blocking the traffic. This is a huge problem that hasn't been, I'd asked the board to ask that question.
We will ask.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. If someone has a new issue to raise, we will take it up, please.
Deacon Francis McHugh from Most Holy Redeemer Parish in East Boston. We're here today to oppose this project. I won't go over the points that have already been made. I will say, though, that a pawn shop at this location with its long lines on the street and potential for related crimes does no service to the community of East Boston. It serves only to limit the quality of life in the neighborhood of Central Square. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and the board. My husband, Deacon Frank, and I live at 56 Princeton Street, right around the corner. And I was more in favor of the McClellan Highway because people that are serious about needing the marijuana for medicinal, they would get themselves there. But the high accessibility to Central Square and Maverick Square, there is just so much room for abuse into our community, and people from other communities coming in and then loitering in our community, and the children, all the children at Central Square, and the bus stop is right there, the bus stop, and plus, the seniors at the Bond School on Princeton and Marion, there's over 100 elderly residents there that will be vulnerable to the shop opening up at Central Square also, and they're right around the corner from there. And they never had any say. They don't know, you know, what this is all about. So no one has spoken for them also. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Stubblebine. I live with my wife, I live at 44 Princeton Street. I agree with a lot of what everybody's saying here. I would also like to say that I do think that people from Grove Hall have more soul. We are an emerging community, a lot of old people, a lot of new people coming in, very gritty and passionate, and largely agree with the existence of these stores. I think it's fantastic. I applaud the city of Boston for being a place that will bring them into the city center, which is, I think, something new that's happening around the state. But I don't agree with rushing forward and creating a congestion problem in an area that really is overtaxed. I've lived there for 14 years. When there are places nearby that would, even within a block or two, that would be much better, that have parking.
Okay, so your issue is location.
Those are my issues. Thanks very much.
Hello, my name is Sarah Barnett. I am a resident of 41 Princeton Street for the last 15 years. I've been before this board many times, permitting over 2,000 units and 150,000 square feet of retail. The problem is you just can't get past bad site selection. I requested multiple times to have a specific traffic study done by an engineer that knows the city in this area, where the city has put in millions of dollars into an infrastructure that still doesn't work for the traffic pattern. We have not seen that traffic study, and neither has the councilor. In addition, through our research, we discovered that both this and the next location are within 0.5 miles of each other. That will not be allowed going forward, and so we've created a situation where we're making a binary choice today, whether we reject this proposal and support the next, and I, for one, reject this proposal, and I will support the next, as I know many of my neighbors will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. No, you already spoke. You already spoke. I'm sorry. Are you speaking in opposition?
I am speaking in opposition. Since I live closer to Maverick Square, I would like to counter that last comment by saying...
No. We are not having a debate about between sides.
I'm afraid, as she pointed out, you have set up a situation where you're dividing the neighborhood against itself.
Excuse me. We are dealing right now with this issue at this location. Thank you. Okay. This is taking an incredibly long time, and I'm trying to be responsible about it. There are several issues that were raised by all those speakers that I would ask the proponents to speak to. Obviously, the primary one is location. It seems to be very strongly felt that this is, that while there's not necessarily opposition to the notion of a facility or dispensary in East Boston, that this was the wrong location for issues of congestion. There's a specific issue of deliveries and how that was going to get handled need to be made. The proximity to addiction treatment centers, to seniors. So I think all of those are wrapped up in the issue of site selection and location, which people seem to feel is the wrong one. It's your opportunity to respond to that.
First, for the record. Briefly, for the record, there is a traffic study filed with the members of the board where the engineer determined that it will not have a significant or material impact. Secondly, as testified...
I mean, just to be completely fair, an engineer that you guys hired
a professional.
Yeah, no, I understand.
The bus stop, which is right by the location, services 4 lines. This is not a one-way street, it is a two-way street. The testimony that it was a one-way street, it is a two-way street. And it is a short distance from parking in the square. In terms of selection of the location, the city entered into a memorandum of understanding, a host agreement, dealing with the emergent industries department, and the city determined that this was an appropriate location. We are before the board here seeking only a conditional use permit, which is only a part of the process. The site, this site, or any site, is ultimately decided.
No, we understand that. I'm asking you simply to respond to the issues that were raised. How are deliveries going to be handled?
The delivery issue is heavily regulated under 935 CMR 500, as I'm sure this board knows. We're going to be complying, of course, with those state regulations and any others that might come along from time to time. Specifically, we own a vehicle. The vehicle has been outfitted with GPS and other technology as required by the Cannabis Control Commission. That vehicle has been inspected by the Cannabis Control Commission, has been approved. That vehicle will take packaged product, not loose product, packaged product in the Pittsfield facility, put it inside the manifests that exist inside the vehicle, and it will be transported to East Boston. It will use randomized routes as required by the CCC regulations. Those randomized routes will have different dates, different times of day for purposes of delivery. There will be 2 registered dispensary agents inside the vehicle at all times that it is operated, from the minute it departs until the minute it shows up in East Boston to make the delivery. It will also be, in accordance with the Cannabis Control Commission regulations, 2 security personnel at the building at Meridian Street. So there'll be a total of 4.
Okay, so I guess I'm asking someone slightly different, which is it has to do with congestion. I don't think those 4 people are going to make or break a difference. How often are the deliveries made?
Twice a week.
Twice a week. And how long will the delivery vehicle be standing making delivery? Yes.
Oh gosh, I'm reluctant to guess, but I would say 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Probably less, could be 10.
When is it going to be delivered?
And where's the
Sorry, but I mean, it's one obvious question.
So the question was asked, and I actually would appreciate if people would not speak out, but there's literally where is the delivery going to happen?
The front door of the facility.
Front door.
It's a bus stop.
Okay. All right. No, twice a week it will be a mess. Okay, we've heard the testimony on both sides. We also understand that there is another application coming forward, which is, we will deal with it as in the order that they've been scheduled on the agenda. Can I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with,
can I, excuse me, I just want to say one thing. And I said this before, and I hope that people know, we have a board member that recused themselves, which means we don't have a full board, and it is the option of any applicant to choose not to go forward. So I'm just going to remind you that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve with a couple of provisos. The one proviso is that it is to this proponent only, and that well, I guess it's already recreational. So that it stays with this proponent, and that you continue to work with this neighborhood that seems as though they're extremely invested.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Case for 11:30, calling BOA 922-475-69-71 Maverick Square. This is a change of occupancy from a dry cleaning store with storage to 6 apartments and a registered marijuana dispensary. The violations, Article 53, Section 11, a cannabis establishment is a conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Myself, Martino, 76 Montmorency Avenue, East Boston, Massachusetts. And here with my team, East Boston Bloom. What's that? LLC, that's looking for site and cannabis establishment at 6971 Maverick Square, East Boston. With me is Nick Smith, who is owner and a resident of East Boston. Louise Vasco, who is a owner and resident of East Boston and a business owner. His son Stephen, who is also an owner of the business and a veteran, and we have our security guy, Mark Giacalone, who's a former chief of police for Sorbonne, Mass. And we also have Nick. Julius Sharko, who's the owner and an East Boston resident. And Jim Smith, who's the attorney for the team. Mr. Chairman, this team is all, the East Boston team is a good team, and I think we'll benefit after we get the proposal. And with that, Jim Smith.
Thanks, Al. Our firm does significant work in the cannabis space. I did not go to law school for this, but it turned out to be an area that has really grown in our space. We represent over 30 separate entities. Nobody do I have anywhere in the Commonwealth more local than these 4 gentlemen. They all reside in East Boston. They have been there for a long time. They own property in East Boston. And I know all over the Commonwealth there's a lot of activity in this space, but it's very rare, and to my knowledge, the first time we have someone actually from the neighborhood who has made this kind of an investment. Most importantly as well, I sit before you representing the first Latino group, I believe in the state and I think in the city as well. Half of our ownership, 50% of the ownership is Latino. So they're from the city, they're from East Boston, they're from the neighborhood, and in fact, one of our owners owns the property right next door, the Mexican restaurant, Taco Max, and also owns the property in which we're going to occupy the space, both spaces. So we are very neighborhood, we are right there, and one of our owners will be on site next door, as he is these days, all day, every day. I've heard questions, and I don't want to get into all the specific details, because I know you've been here, you've had a long day. Much of what you hear is required by the Commonwealth. The CCC, the Cannabis Control Commission, is incredibly strict. You can break into a bank a whole lot easier than you can break into one of these things. You can walk on a Walgreens or CVS, you can get very close to opiates. You can't get anywhere near our cannabis, which is a lot less harmful of a commodity. You have heard that when you enter, you can't even enter our site without showing an ID. Outside, show us an ID. If you're a mother with a baby, we will not let you in. The baby's not 21. You've got to be 21 to access our site. No excuses, no exceptions ever. That gets you inside, into a person, a security person, who will then check your ID and check it with a professional machine and the way they check IDs. The CCC often sends out and will send out underage minors to check on your system to make sure you are vigilant. We will be very vigilant. The investment here is huge. Nobody wants to lose a license. So that gets you inside our vestibule, which is about 85 square feet, 9 by 9, 9.5 by 9, so thereabouts. That'll hold plenty of people, but it should hold, we don't think we'll ever have more than 2 or 3 people in the vestibule at any one time. And then and only then will you be buzzed into the area where you can actually make a purchase of this product. You won't see the product, you'll see it, but you won't be able to touch it. It'll be under glass. If you do decide to purchase a product, it will have been pre-packaged off-site. It'll come fully packaged to us, a package that is child-proof, and I can assure you is adult-proof in most cases as well. That package will be in a safe off the floor where you are. You won't even see the clerk will go back, the bud tender will go back to that safe, take that package out, and then and only then, after you have made the purchase financially, we will give you a sealed package. We'll have security at all times. This is Maverick Square. It's a very significant area in East Boston, obviously, and the entire city as well. We'll have security outside as well as inside. We don't want anybody loitering in front of our space. We'll have cameras you will not get anywhere, frankly, near our building that we don't see you, that we don't know you're there. Not only along the sidewalk, up and down the sidewalk, but across the square as well. Those cameras will be tied to the police station. The films, the tapes will be saved for 90 days. You can walk in and ask us what happened 89 days ago, we'll show it to you. That's, again, a regulation, but we want to really do that in our neighborhood. As I say, these are property owners. We want to help improve the square. So security is really paramount, and frankly, the square has come a long way, but it needs to come a bit further. And we are going to contribute to that. Our goal is to make this a very safe, a very business-friendly, citizen-friendly square. And that's what Blue Market Garden is all about.
Okay, just again, we are getting increasingly educated on these issues, and I don't think we need to hear. We know what the Cannabis Commission has required, and it's pretty much the same for every dispensary. So I guess what I'm asking you to talk about is the things that distinguish. You talked about the size of the vestibule, how people enter. Those are the kind of things we want to know. When the deliveries happen, how often, how many people are going to be working in this facility, how many security people, how many regular. But what we want to hear is information specific to your place as opposed to the generic kind of issues that apply to all the dispensaries.
The deliveries occur 2, maybe 3 times a week. The size of delivery is something I could probably carry myself. This is not like Dunkin' Donuts that has those big trucks every so often. And the deliveries will be randomized. We can go around the back or in front. You'll never know we're there. These deliveries will come in unmarked vans. It'll look as anonymous as humanly possible. We have a separate entrance and exit, so the flow through and you come out a separate door. You'll see in our plans there appear to be 2 front doors. There are in fact 2 front doors for that very purpose.
So one's an entrance, one's an exit?
One's an entrance, one's an exit. So you can't exit through the vestibule.
Okay.
So that's security area.
And you can't enter through the other door?
You can enter, oh no, absolutely not. What is unique about us is our support in the area. I'd like to suggest, to show to you, if you've got our plans, we can show you big pictures of our plans. If you have questions, we can show those up. But what really is unique.
Excuse me, can you go over that again? There's the vestibule to the left. There's a door to the right, but that door goes to a stair. How does this work?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
There is one entrance going in, and there's one entrance going out.
There's one entrance to
Going
your
into the
establishment.
establishment, and one entrance going out.
And the entrance going out is where?
It's right on Maverick Square. It's the same entrance.
And I misspoke.
It is the same entrance.
It's the same entrance.
So
You saw the other
people
door
coming
was-
in and going out through the same vestibule.
Yes. Yes.
Can't do that.
Yes. And then we have,
What's unique to Maverick Square is the support to Maverick Square.
and just for the record, we have petitions from the businesses at Maverick, and as you can see, almost every single business person in Maverick Square supports this business in Maverick Square. And we also have petitions for you from residents in that area.
So let me, before we go any further, let me make 2 comments. One is that, once again, we have one of our board members recused, which means that you, I'm saying this for the record, you have the option of choosing not to go forward with this because you don't have a full board. That's item number 1. Item number 2, and this is, what is the distance between this facility and the last one that just came before us?
It's approximately 2,400 feet. It depends on how you measure. We're not expert engineers.
More or less than half a mile?
Less than half a mile. 2,600.
Less than half a mile.
Yeah.
And then we're 300 feet.
I mean, I don't even know how we proceed. That is a violation of the commission's.
Well, they haven't opened up the shop yet. They haven't opened up the shop.
I mean, I guess we can take the position saying it's the commission's problem and not ours, but it seems to me, how could we possibly approve 2 things that we know are in violation of commission rules?
Mr. Chairman, we also have.
Please don't applaud.
We also have a signed.
I'm not looking for a block.
We also have a signed lease agreement from the city.
And this is a step, there are a number of steps ahead of it.
No, I get all that, and those folks get run over by a bus. I mean, anything's possible. The point is that we're presented here with an impossibility of approving two things that we know are in violation of the commission's rules.
And I agree, Mr. Chairman, as you heard from some residents, I mean, this location is a great location, the business district, and transportation, the buses, they all leave from Maverick Square, where there's plenty of parking.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll go ahead and we'll go through the process, and we'll try to treat it on its own merits. I just am raising this because it puts us in a quandary. So.
It's not a violation until they open, is that correct?
Point 4.
They never open, it's not a violation. If we open first, they have a violation. Is that correct?
First, our rules apply first.
It's not a debate right now.
Excuse me, please.
Whoa. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and deal with it on the merits of the issue. Go ahead.
I think what you saw from the council, what we bring is a very unique ownership structure, very unique to Boston. What you also bring here is a minority empowerment candidate from in the eyes of the city, in the Latino community, and also unanimous or near unanimous support from the Maverick Square area. And to Jeffrey's point, the number of pedestrian citizens that have signed on with us. We've done a lot of work in the neighborhood. We want to improve Maverick Square, contribute to the square, and the fact is that we are of the square.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Bizzani, how are the drawings?
Well,
Hold on.
the drawings are adequate. I mean, the only major issue with it was clarification of ingress and egress.
Okay.
Which they clarified.
Okay. You want to talk about security?
Yes, sir. Just real quick. I just want to read this. It was in the Boston Sunday Globe. Just real quick. I don't want to take much of your time. I'm an 8-year veteran. I grew up in East Boston. The quote right here is, when the big boys come in, it's hard to compete. Now it's big money. That's the way it works. This is from the gentleman, Alexander Erickson, a former Massachusetts businessman who founded Vernon Medical, a startup cannabis company in 2016. I'm from my neighborhood. I'm trying to build with my father, who's been here for 16 years. I'm trying to help my community out and give back to my community. And now we have people with big money who are trying to just bring us down and take us down. Thank you very much.
And I very much appreciate that, and I'm very much aware of the entire context of what's going on. We're trying to deal with the issue here. And so if you want to speak to the issue of the security that's going to be provided for this location, we're happy to hear that. Otherwise, we'll move on.
Yes, sir. Security.
Introduce yourself. Yeah. Hi, I'm Mark DeGiacomi. I'm the Director of Security for the organization. Security is going to be, as you've heard from all the other ones, it's delegated by the Cannabis Control Commission. We're going to have probably 3 officers on, or security officers on at each time, one in the vestibule, one outside if needed, and one inside roaming. We're going to be by appointment only to start with, so we don't anticipate a lot of people. We anticipate about, what, was it 20 an hour? 20 an hour that we're going to get.
Appointment only.
To start with, we're going to do by appointment only.
At the beginning or for the
In the beginning, to see
controlled rollout. Yeah, we just planning for a controlled and steady rollout. Appointment only definitely works for us. Worked for a lot of the businesses for now, but we want to just roll out slow and steady.
No, that's the kind of thing that's useful, because that's somewhat different than what I'm looking for is not the same. Have them, don't take any offense about everything, every dispensary that tells us. I want to know what makes this one kind of different from the kind of. I mean, you've got a template that you have to abide by. We get that, and we now have heard enough of them to know what it is. So we're looking for the issues to clarify your particular situation. Okay, any questions?
I have a couple of questions. Go ahead, Mark.
No, just a couple of quick questions. What is it a 0.4 that you can be from one dispensary to the other? Is that what the cannabis has set up?
Cannabis Control Commission, the statute has no limits between, there's no buffer zones. The statute says specifically 500 feet or less from an 8 through 12.
Yeah, correct on that. But from another establishment, from one establishment to another?
The CCC has no regulations either on that at the state level.
Okay.
So that's strictly a local matter.
Okay, and then the other one was the delivery of the product. Is that under the cannabis, or is that under the individual
That's
dispensary.
Regulated by the Cannabis Control Commission, the method of deliveries, and as was described earlier, then do it again. 2 in a vehicle, GPS at all times. These will come from a cultivation location to us. We will not do deliveries to customers out of this location.
No, I get that. That's not, my question was, how it's set up. Maybe it's 2 times or 3 times a week. What time is there a parameter where you have to be there at a certain period of time? The security has to be there to make sure it gets, walked in?
It's randomized, most likely earlier in the day, but I don't want to suggest when, but it's randomized.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's no routine at all.
Okay.
How many employees are you guys going to have?
We'll probably start with 20, 25 employees. So
And how many people can you service at a time on your floor?
we'll have, 5 registers or so. Capacity is easily 20 people. I mean, that's on the very low end. Dunkin' Donuts nearby probably has 25, 30 people in there at almost all times. Same thing for the Burger King. And
How many do you propose to serve daily? How many people do you think you're going to serve daily?
I think with appointment only, we'll probably be limited to maybe 200 or so.
Anybody else on the board have any questions? Okay, then we're going to take testimony. Is there anybody here who wants to speak in favor of the application?
Members of the board, Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office on Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. The applicants complete the community process. We host a community meeting on January 31st, and also they present in front of the Maverick Central Square Civic Association and also Jeffries Point Civic Association. And also they make commitments to continue working with the community, and they receive support from other business in Maverick Square. Thank you.
Before you step Mayor's office is supporting two programs that are less than a half a mile apart.
Yes. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience and understanding and the unenviable position that I am in today in dealing with 2 locations that are within the half-mile position of them. But I support quite firmly one of them over the others. This is locally controlled. These are folks who live in East Boston. They have demonstrated experience in dealing with liquor licenses and being able to deal with a vice and being able to handle that already in this particular location. These individuals are also within steps of the T. As in, most of the traffic that is coming to Maverick Square is coming on public transportation, and several bus lines as well. On top of that, I do support, and I think part of the CCC guidelines and proposed ordinances for the City of Boston is also asking us to look at the the racial diversity of the applicants, but also the fact that one of them is a veteran. And I think that's extremely important that also we consider those things when we're looking at the impact on this community and the growing pains that I mentioned that all of us are going to go through. There are people who do oppose this, but I do think the conversation's easier when you look at the local business people who've been there already and had to have difficult conversations. Yes, we are in this situation now trying to figure out what to do with the city setting up 2 HCAs within a half-mile buffer zone of each other. But I would encourage you, if you support the corporation that just managed to get through, I think I would encourage this board to be consistent and say that they met the same standards, if not exceeded them, in terms of community involvement, in terms of impact on traffic, in terms of congestion and security. So I would also encourage you to support this location as well. What happens next, quite frankly, if you approve both, it looks like you will be kicking it up to the CCC to make that decision. But ultimately, what's also going to happen is that with this approval, I hope this approval that comes through, we're also dealing with a lot of conversations and lawsuits that will likely happen between not only the proponents, but also apparently anybody within the half-mile buffer zone now has standing to file suit. So I had wished the city had taken leadership and had picked one of the ones out of the HCA outside of this half-mile buffer zone. This conversation, I'd hope for finality today, and I'd hope that you would pick the local option. But in as much as you're going to approve based on the standards set before you, both options, I hope you do, then I think that we will have to continue that conversation, and we will be dealing with this in court for many, many months, if not years.
Council, I have a question. Is it a City of Boston, it's my understanding that it's a City of Boston ordinance that we can't open one within 0.5 miles of each other, correct?
Correct. It's a City of Boston ordinance, right. And so the issue has been, which is what I alluded to in my first one, that if you had to pick between the 2,
I was hoping you would pick the local option, because it looks like we have been forced to make this decision when there was something up on 1A way beyond the half-mile border, or, well, buffer zone, that was also another option owned by a corporation in East Boston with plenty of parking. They did not get an HCA. The two that did are within the half-mile of each other.
I'm with the chair. I don't know how.
Well, I'm asking you to simply use the same standards that you use to approve the corporation, and I think those standards apply here, and they've exceeded them. And then in as much as we are going to have to deal with this, we're going to have to deal with it beyond the ZBA. But I'm asking for today that you do not apply the half-mile buffer now, literally seconds after approving one, to say, oh, well, you're in violation. They didn't control who got in line to speak to you today. It was going to be either way. If they got before and got your approval, then the other side would be coming through. So I would just say, approve this. I would encourage you to approve this and allow for the conversation to go on. They are right. There's first in time. I don't know who puts the sign up first. Whatever's going to happen in terms of that race, let them have it. But in terms of the standards that are set for these businesses, you have one by the T. I can't emphasize that enough, that in terms of congestion is a massive win for us. And you saw that, again, I know we're not in Brookline, but that made a huge difference. So it's supported, it's locally owned. I can't speak highly enough about this particular location over the other one. And yeah, it's unfortunate we had to make that kind of decision and conversation today.
Well, thank you very much, I suppose. And I would remind, once again, all those you in line to please be respectful. And unless you have something new to say, just put your name and address in the record.
Again, my name is Sarah Barnett, 41 Princess Street, but I do want to point out that I'm heavily invested in the Maverick community. I was the president of the Maverick Landing Community Services Board for 10 years. I was the project manager on the redevelopment of the Hope 6 project there. I believe strongly that the Maverick community deserves a partner in making these new pot shops work, and this local team is the team to do it. And if we can all look to the New York Times letter from Mayor Walsh from May 21st, just 5 short days ago, encouraging local businesses to be supported. That is why we're here today, and we tried to flag this for you. I apologize, you guys were stuck in the middle, but please support so we can continue to have this conversation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Claudia Sierra, and I'm a 27-year resident of East Boston. I am also the president of the East Boston Merchant Association, which is over 60 members who are mainly Latino business owners of East Boston, and the majority of them support the applicant. I understand that there is about 5 licenses that are going to go in East Boston, and we heavily support the applicant, that it's local. We know his history in business. They have been in East Boston for a long time. They have been responsible, and they're heavily invested, and I think you should approve the project. Thank you.
Hi, Josephine Marino, East Boston resident, here to support the marijuana dispensary in Maverick. I'm also a parent, and I work in East Boston. I am here to support the local business and the new renovations in Maverick Square.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Corrales, 39 Princeton Street. I also support this local business as well. I do want to note again that this was brought up before the board in a letter provided by us that this was within a half mile. We can't allow the happenstance of ordering of an agenda to determine which is the correct venue to go in. We really have to do a better job than that, so I appreciate your consideration there. Thank you.
Laura Corrales, 39 Princeton Street. I think everyone has said what I would say, so I will spare you.
Thank you.
Bob Stubblebine, 44 Princeton Street. I'm in agreement with my neighbors.
Anthony Belanti, lifelong resident of East Boston. Folks, I think that 1/10 of a mile isn't going to make that big of a deal. Okay? All I can say is I think it's a good thing to have the locations more than one, so that no one community gets inundated with the traffic. I support this thing. I don't think it really is a big deal. And I don't know. All I can say is good luck.
Well, that's a good note to end the testimony on. Because I think we need some. Any final questions from the board before we...
Just one.
Yeah.
Just one comment. I just want to say thank you to Stephen for his 8 years of service. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I make one last comment? that the zoning ordinance.
Better be brief.
The zoning ordinance you're speaking to says 500 feet from a current existing
No,
cannabis.
yes, I understand.
Half a mile.
Half a mile, but it's not existing.
We understand that. Nonetheless, we are put in a pretty ridiculous situation here. I mean, we can't be not mindful of the fact that exists. As chair, maybe unfortunately I don't have to necessarily vote on this one, but I at this point would turn to my compadres and ask for a motion.
I'm going to
Mr.
make
Chairman,
Jeff.
hold on a second. So before you today is a conditional use, right? There is no pre-existing establishment.
We're dealing with the merits of each one.
Correct. So ISD, if there were, would have cited it as a forbidden use, which, when you look at the code, still does not prevent anybody from coming before this board asking for zoning relief. So the thresholds are a little higher. However, before you today are two conditional use permits because there was not one that was established before the other. Otherwise, it would have been cited by ISD for a forbidden use. Just wanted to clarify that.
Understood.
I'm going to make a motion to deny based.
That was four.
I'm sorry. You're right. Does anyone who wants to speak in opposition to the proposal? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Maverick Square.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Trent Shepard. I live at 1 Webster Place. I am a father in the community. I've been there for 8 years. I'm a local minister for college students, and I'm a neighbor. And most people, because of my hair and my beard, think that I'm going to support a pot shop in Maverick Square, and I'm not. And the specific reason why has to do that all 3 of my children go to the Allegheny School, which is 519 feet away from this proposed location. And I think we need a better and a more robust conversation about buffer zones and what's best for a community also as it relates to the addiction clinics that are nearby. There's a better way to do this than how we're doing it. I work with college students and young adults. There is an epidemic of depression and mental health issues. The best way to serve all the different people within our community is not to put a pot shop at the heart of our community, which is what Maverick Square is. There's a better way forward on this. And finally, I'd just like to say that the way that this process has happened, it has pitted neighbor against neighbor in a way that isn't healthy for our community. And that is most frustrating of all, because right now you're forced into a vote that is actually a false vote. And everybody here knows that, and so there's got to be a better way forward than what we're doing here today. And that's why I'm opposed to this specific location in Maverick Square.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, same, register your name and address, opposition, but please give us new information.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Julia Burrell. I live at 187 Everett Street, resident of East Boston for nearly 10 years now. So I'm very familiar with the unique challenges that exist in Maverick Square. I won't go on and on because you don't want us to be repetitive. But there are existing problems with addiction, violence, traffic, and it creates problematic congestion and dangerous situations for pedestrians like myself. Oftentimes, I don't know how familiar you are with navigating Maverick Square as a pedestrian, but it feels like playing Frogger. I often do that with my 3-year-old in tow, and that's without a recreational dispensary in Maverick Square. So that's one point I wanted to make. With regard to the specifics, this is 260 feet from addiction counseling in the Maverick building. This is 260 feet from a soup kitchen that serves our most vulnerable. This is 260 feet, approximately, from a Head Start daycare, which used to be included in the buffer zone in 2016 for medicinal dispensaries. That legislation has since changed, but back up a little bit, that would have been prohibited. My daughter's school is also the Dante Alighieri. It's 18 feet outside of the 500-foot buffer zone. Point I also want to make, Lydia Edwards has been a proponent of preventing these dispensaries from being within 500 feet of treatment facilities. Well, we have one that's 250 feet away from it in the Maverick area. A traffic study needs to be done. We are suffering with congestion in East Boston, not specific to Maverick Square. Unlike my neighbors who stood up here, in support of this location. I actually disagree with your location as well, and I'm a proponent.
Okay, please.
So sorry, yes. One last point. I think it's our obligation to uphold the 0.5-mile distance, given that you've already voted on that. And I think those are most of my points. Oh, also the petitions that we have had signed, we've amassed cumulatively over 1,000 signatures, many of which those 466 signatures that were referenced earlier were in opposition to both locations. So I think that's important to note. We actually had a great protest yesterday that was covered with the media, and we had great attendance from at-risk youth groups, our religious organizations, and various other people who are concerned. I've also gone door to door to the businesses in Maverick Square. I'm confused when Salamantina says that the businesses in Maverick Square are proponents of this, because I've spoken with them, and I don't know what sort of letters you were able to get, but anyway.
No, I do not want to get into a back and forth.
Yeah, okay.
Please.
I also just want to say that this
Can you
is,
wrap up?
yes, my last point is that the principles of main streets that guide many of our main squares across Boston are that businesses should be engaging with the streetscape. They should be welcoming to all, including children, so that mother with her baby should be welcome to go into a business should she want to. This is an exact conflict of the principles of main streets, so I just want to say, not that a woman should go into a place, but what, you understand what I'm trying to say.
That's a rule.
Yeah. Anyway, I ask that you uphold what you've already voted on, and what's the point of the law if it's not going to be enforced? Thank you.
Very much. Again, I just will keep saying, please.
Hi, my name is Thomas Garvey. I'm a 32-year resident of East Boston at 137 Webster Street, and I voted to legalize marijuana, but I'm here because Maverick Square is the worst spot for pot in East Boston. I appreciate that other locations have their own traffic issues, but those probably pale next to the snarl that Maverick Square already is. Julia's done a very good summary. Other folks have done a good summary of the traffic issues, the exposure to young people. It's on a footpath to 2 middle schools. I wanted to add that it's also on a footpath to our major green space, the Greenway, where already I'm dodging stoned users when I walk my dog or where I take a run there, so I really don't want to see any more of that. I also wanted to speak more to the populations most at risk in East Boston. There is a small but visible community of addicts we already know in Maverick Square. I don't want them to have added access to this drug. Then there's a community of people in recovery. There's a drug recovery center in East Boston Community Health Center there in Maverick Square, and other recovery providers. If we approved this site, we would actually be asking them to pass a pot store before they got to treatment. I think that's...
Okay. Okay.
I wanted to conclude by saying that there's been much discussion of local business owners here, but I concur with Julia. At the neighborhood meetings I went to, the business owners of color, seemed very, very opposed. I would say tears were shed, voices were raised. These businessmen were challenged by some of them. They asked them, have you ever met me? Have you ever seen me? And they hadn't met or seen them, so I don't care what those letters say. I saw it with my own eyes.
Okay.
Just to finally conclude, I wanted to reiterate that I hope you'll listen to those 1,000 or more people in East Boston who oppose this location, and that you not listen. There's already a rising sense in East Boston that City Hall has a somewhat cavalier attitude to our concerns. This would be a great place to begin to reverse that tide.
Okay.
So I urge you to do so.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Francis McHugh, deacon from Holy Redeemer Parish. Our parish and our school, East Boston Central Catholic, are located very close to Maverick Square. We have over 2,000 parishioners, and our school serves students from 3 years of age to the 8th grade. We have about 150 students at our location. Maverick Square is the heart of East Boston, and it's no place for a pot shop. It's heavily congested with traffic, and there's little parking for businesses. A pot shop at this location with its long lines on the street, potential for crimes related, does not serve the community of East Boston.
Okay.
It serves only to reduce the quality of life in the neighborhood of Maverick Square. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. You know, pot shops, you can call it anything other than what it is, but it's, you know, what we've done is legalize drugs.
Hold on.
Right.
Ma'am, I completely respect your opinion, but we are not debating the value
Right.
or the...
All right, I'm sorry.
If you want to say one thing about the location, that's fine.
Yeah,
One thing. that's
totally against the location. It is the heart, as Central Square is, or of our town. And, you know, we've had all these beautiful yuppies coming and living here with their beautiful families, you know, and look at all the development on the waterfront and everything.
Okay, look,
You know, so
honestly,
I totally oppose.
Okay, thank you very
All
much.
right.
Okay. What-
Yeah, I wanted to clarify a point that I made earlier, and also one of my constituents brought my name up, specifically
No,
about my stance.
no.
So-
Counsel, I have the utmost respect for you.
With all
but
due
no,
respect-
you already testified on this.
Yes, but I want to be also clear. She's saying that I support a certain distance between recovery centers, which is not true altogether. I've supported the distance between centers that have Suboxone and methadone clinics. That is not what is being proposed
Okay.
here. The local place absolutely is not the
Okay.
health center.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I have to say this because you are making a historic precedented
No,
decision that impacts literally my daily life as a representative of this
Okay,
community.
I
So
get
I'm
it.
going to speak again because I think on the record, I'm sorry, I have to.
Wait a minute, you spoke in support, now we're taking testimony in opposition. You're going to speak in opposition?
No, I'm going to speak to
Well,
clarify
no,
my
that-
point, and I'm going to speak to make sure that we're very clear about what goes on
No, wait
going
a
forward.
minute. That's out of order, because what's happening now is we're taking testimony from people who are in opposition. If
Well,
you
what's
wanna
happening now is
declare
literally
yourself in opposition.
After, I think, Member Galvin said that he's going to move to oppose this, and so I'm responding to that.
Whoa.
He said that.
It was,
He did say that.
It was my mistake that I did not take the testimony from the opponents. We have heard that now. If you want to speak in opposition, which I kind of doubt, then you're in order, and if not, you are not. Then we're not going to take any more testimony from the proponents, I can tell you that.
Very well then, but I will say that inasmuch as this process has brought us to this point, it has divided our community because the city chose not to take leadership. You could take leadership and allow the conversation to continue, and this is only an evidence why we need an independent commission that actually weighs this instead of coming to the
I would suggest
ZBA.
that you not provide advice about taking leadership, okay, to us.
I'm sorry.
That's inappropriate.
I did not,
and
no.
complete
In
respect
terms
for-
of the approval process. If it goes on, it goes under the CCC.
Okay,
That's what
okay,
I meant.
Okay, I'm calling an end to testimony at this point. Thank you. Are you speaking in opposition?
I am.
Okay, briefly.
Okay, thank you. I won't touch on the other points that people have already made. I do think it's important because we've talked about the applicants specifically, the fact that they are veterans and 1/3 is a minority. I do think it's also important to understand that these applicants are also 2 out of the 3 are also trying to open up a strip club in Western Mass, and 1 out of the 3 is trying to is
I'm
also
sorry.
opening up.
No, that's not relevant.
It is relevant to some people, but I also want to bring up the point that one of the applicants is also in the process of trying to open up other marijuana facilities in the city of Boston, and we need to understand where the money is.
We are. Excuse me, hey, whoa.
Already spoke.
No.
That's it.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It's in the Boston Globe.
Okay? If you have something to say about this particular location, you're free to say it. Otherwise, I'd ask you to sit down. We'll call testimony to an end. I don't want anybody back and forth in this room. That is completely out of line.
Okay. I apologize, and I'd like to say that I'm opposed to the location.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Chairman, may I ask that we have a deferral, given the absolute confusion on the zoning?
Sit down. Hang on. All right.
Well, I don't.
Whoa.
No, I just want to say something. I've been involved with this purchase since the beginning, and I just hope that you're fair.
Are you speaking in opposition to this application?
Yeah, unfortunately, I just want to say.
Are you speaking in opposition to this
yes.
application? Then say you're in opposition. I don't want to hear a general statement about life.
No, I'm opposition because
Because you're the landlord of the other
no.
trust.
No. You're basing this on a
I
minority.
have closed testimony on this. Will you please sit down?
I'm also Hispanic too. If you want to use the race card, then I'm also Hispanic, all right?
Okay.
And it's unfair.
Thank you. All right. Look, can I just say something as a chair of the ZBA? I find that, hold on, I find ourselves in a really lousy position, and it's put all of you in a lousy position as well. This has divided your community. You've got people pitted against each other who are very important and significant in the community, and I'm really, really sorry to see this has happened. And I think we just need to take a deep breath here and move back. Now, I understand that you wanted to make a suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, if we may, I would ask that there be a deferral, given the confusion, frankly, on the ordinance, and giving us an opportunity to come back before you and maybe with some clarification, and perhaps there won't be clarification. But just give our folks an opportunity to at least examine this, sit with the mayor's people and see if there's an opportunity to make something out of this that is not going to divide this community so terribly as it apparently has. So I think if we have a chance to sort of team back and come back to you, and it may well be that there is no resolution.
It may well, it very well may be, and it is, I think, what really should have happened is this should have got sorted out in advance, so that only one proposal, both of which seem to be deserving on the merits, came forward. But unfortunately, it's not what's happened. Your suggestion is one suggestion, and at this point, I'm going to look to the members of the board for a motion to move on.
I'll make a motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion for deferral passes.
No, we just got to figure out a date.
You have to nullify the other decision then.
Excuse me, sir.
Can we defer both? Can you just?
No excuse.
We can't nullify it. We already took a vote.
We brought it up beforehand that this was happening, both were coming at the same time.
We still have to get a date here. There's a motion, and it's a deferral, so we need to figure out a date. Counselor, obviously, we need to figure out a date that we can get you in here early, soon.
Appreciate that, thank you.
But we need to make sure that everything is, the Ts are crossed and the Is are dotted. So you have two dates, April 9th and April 30th, that we're going to squeeze that in.
Let's try April 9th.
So April 9th, it'll be at 11:30.
Okay. Let's move on with the agenda.
All right, sir, please. We have other business to do. I'm going to call into the Zoning Advisory Subcommittee on Thursday, March 21st, 2019. The hearings were at 1010 Mass Ave. The first case, could you please take it outside? We have to conduct business. Case BOA 890-949, 56 Faywood Avenue, was to construct a second-floor addition on an existing first floor and construct a new deck. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 912-627, 733A East 5th Street, was to construct a new third-story addition, a rear addition with decks, extend living space to the basement. It was deferred to the April 9th full board. Case BOA 916-778, 28 Emerson Street, was a full interior renovation to an existing single-family dwelling. It was approved. Case BOA 915-265, 8 Tupelo Street, was to repair two existing porches and enclose the porches, which was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 917-006, 49 Bakersfield Street, was to enlarge an existing dormer and add bathroom and add a deck to the rear of the second floor roof. It was approved. Yes. Case BOA 893-086, 71 Rear Grampian Way, was deferred to the 425 subcommittee. BOA 912-619, 94 Sydney Street, was to confirm occupancy as a single-family home and basement renovation, was approved. BOA 912-336, 101 to 103 Rossiter Street, it was denied without prejudice. Case BOA 885-091, 121 Wellington Hill, was a curb cut to create a residential for 2 parking spaces, was approved. BOA 914-351, 27 Delmont Street, was to construct 2-story rear addition. It was approved with BPDA. BOA 921-420, 62 Fairmont Street, was to add dormers to the roof. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 910-434, 645 River Street, was a change of occupancy from office to store to an existing no work to be done, was approved. Case BOA 919-184, 13 Wood Glen, was denied without prejudice. Case BOA 838-428, 94 Louders Lane, was to construct a new roof deck and extend existing porch, was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 909-830, 132 to 134 Grayton Road, was to construct a new dormer addition and extend living space into the attic. It was approved. Case BOA 912-810, 281 Vermont Street, front yard setback, was addition to a second floor. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 906-414, 89 Antwerp Street. It was missing an extended finished basement plan. It was approved. Case BOA 911-973, 22 Embassy Road, was an extension of living space on the second floor. It was approved. Case BOA 921-788, 12 to 14 Falkland Street. It was removal of existing deck and porch and proposed a new 20 by 20 rear addition. It was approved. Case BOA 915-928, 74 to 76 Hobson Street. It was a constructed dome with bathroom and laundry on the third floor. It was approved. And case BOA 903-630, 56 Presentation Road, was extend living space into the basement for a bedroom and bathroom. It was approved. Need a motion for approval from this full board.
Motion for approval.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Mr. Chairman, may I indulge to make a statement to the board?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. On behalf of Mayor Walsh and the Office of Neighborhood Services and the Boston Special Services Department, we wanted to take a minute and to recognize one of our fellow board members, Anthony Pisani, and congratulate him for all his hard work in honor of his 22 years of service as a Zoning Board of Appeal board member and an appreciation of your many contributions to the development of City Boston. On behalf of the residents of Boston, we wish you the best of luck in all your endeavors. Signed, Mayor Martin J. Walsh on March 26, 2019. And I personally wanted to say thank you. I remember first meeting you when I was a neighborhood liaison way back in early 2000. You have been great about keeping an eye on how we develop and plans and how the neighborhoods have been growing. So I personally want to also say congratulations and thank you for everything that you've done for the city of Boston.
Thank you. Anthony, that I've known you for about 22 years. And even though I didn't have a bow tie on today, your guidance in history and protection of our city is something that will be missed and not very easily replaced at all. So what you've given to our city is an intangible, but it will live on forever. So I personally want to say thank you. Thank you.
I truly appreciate that, but from my perspective, it's been an absolute joy and honor to have had the opportunity, first in the Landmarks Commission in 1987 and following through on zoning, to sit and to see the great efforts that all departments put forth. And regardless of administration, regardless of neighborhood, regardless of whatever, the dedication of the people at Neighborhood Services, I think, has been absolutely outstanding. Every one of them has come to the fore, has put the time in, has showed up, innumerable meetings. As a practicing architect, although I can't present this one, but our firm has often been out at night at meetings, and we simply admire the ability to do it on an ongoing basis, in really difficult situations, that kind of thing. Today's hearing was an example of what actually happens in the many hearings that are out in the neighborhood. So it has been my pleasure. Thank you very much.